Wow, that's a cool background.
Yeah, it's, the Hubble Deep Field.
Yeah.
Hey, Scott, do you want the title changed?
Um, oh, on Twitch,
Yeah, on Twitch.
can you do that?
Yeah, what do you want the title to say? Set it up for you.
Technology, you can say Clear Skies Network is streaming virtual Star Party 4. Twitch is nice because I mean, it's like almost instant streaming.
What? No, he's counting up. We start in about a minute. He's counting down. He's going to go live on Facebook and all the other leads in 1 minute.
Oh, fancy.
Scotty, I can't hear you.
I can hear you, David.
Yeah, but can you hear Scotty?
No.
Yeah, I can't hear Scott.
How does that sound?
There you go.
That's better. Now I can.
You've been talking for about a minute.
Anyhow, Scott here with Explore Scientific, and welcome to the Virtual Global Star Party 4. This is a program that we have been doing every Tuesday night, and it's become a lot of fun for us. And we've got a great lineup of astronomers for you and speakers. Starting, of course, with David Levy, and then on to J. Kelly Beatty from Sky and Telescope magazine. But what you see here on the board right now, from left to right, I'll go across here. We have Rodrigo Zeleda from La Serena, Chile, and North Optics. They are an Explore Scientific dealer, as well as a dealer for a lot of other great products. To my right is David Levy at the Jarnac Observatory. Then we have Jerry Hubble from the Mark Slade Remote Observatory, also of Explore Scientific. Down below there is Astrobeard, Richard Grace, there in his Mission Control Center. And then we have Jason Genzel, also known as the Vast Reaches, amazing astrophotographer. David Ng from Temecula, California. He's been on, I think, every Star Party we put on so far. Gary Palmer from the UK, regular here on our show, and an amazing astrophotographer and image processor. World famous Chuck Ayub from Chuck's Astrophotography. Many people watch all of his YouTube shows, and he's done an amazing, job of teaching people and inspiring people about getting into astrophotography. James Hubbard, the astrophotographer, and he's out there live with his telescope. Kelly Beatty, up next, from, of course, Sky and Telescope magazine. He's the voice of Sky and Telescope for many years, and we were just talking about a little story about that. Dustin Gibson from OPT and Gibson Picks, and the guy that started the Clear Skies Network, or at least one of the guys, I think the guy. Chalks Chalks is from the UK, getting into astrophotography. Dr. Sandlin Buxner from the Planetary Science Institute. She will be giving a talk about things going on there. Cesar Brolo from Optica Sirocco in Buenos Aires, Argentina. And then we have Steve Malia from Ontario Telescope. So we'll go ahead and get started. I'll put the spotlight on David and let him get started here.
Well, thank you very much, Scotty, and it's really a pleasure and an honor to be part of this star party and to be sharing the night sky with you for a little bit. As you can see by this Zoom program we're having, we're living through a very odd time. The pandemic is really wreaking havoc on all of us. And it's interesting when we get together and the first question we ask each other is, are you all healthy? I'm glad to tell you that all of us here are, and we hope to heck that all of you are as well. One of the things that, one of the big questions that comes when we talk about a pandemic is to follow the science. And in the United States, at least, there are people that want to follow the science, and there are other people that don't. That has nothing to do with what we're doing tonight, because we're going to follow a very different kind of science, a science that comes really from the depths of passion as much as from looking up things in a textbook or online. I started astronomy when I was a little kid, mostly because I was very, very shy, and it was very difficult for me to make friends. And I remember realizing as at a very young age that the night sky with its stars and planets and maybe a few shooting stars and a couple of comets could become very close friends to me. And these are friends that would never leave me. And I think that in the dawn of my own life, is how I got to be interested in astronomy. The depressions that I used to carry as a youth really had some physical manifestations. I was a very bad asthmatic, and I had to spend 14 months at the Jewish National Home for Asthmatic Children in Denver. Probably the most important day there was one day in the middle of March of 1963 when the mail was distributed and I got my very first copy of Sky and Telescope magazine. And we're going to hear from Kelly shortly. I think that March 1963 was before your time, Kelly, at Sky and Telescope. He's agreeing with me. But it had information, it had columns, and it had things that I've never forgotten. I still have that Sky and Telescope, and it's come faithfully every month since then as I've moved around different places in Canada and then finally to Arizona. And I still get it every single month. I wrote for it for a long time, for 20 of the happiest years that I've had. Really enjoyed writing for it, but now I enjoy reading it every month. And I think I could say that there are probably, of all the people on the Zoom platform tonight, I would be way at the bottom when it comes to scientific knowledge and actually being a scientist. However, I doubt there is anybody, and I think I don't mind maybe bragging rights a little bit, but I don't think there is anyone in the world who is simply more passionate about the night sky than I am. I love it. I enjoy going out. And even though I do have a considerable collection of telescopes, including one that is sitting right next to me right here, I am, my favorite observing moments are when I'm just looking up at the sky, watching the constellations and watching for shooting stars. It's something I enjoy so very much. I'm going to close, as I always do, with a poem. And tonight's poem is by Sevilla D. Martin, who wrote in 1905, His Eye is on the Sparrow. She wrote it as a religious poem. I changed it in 2014 quite a bit. It is no longer a religious poem the way I interpreted it, but I now wrote it as something that means a lot to me. Whenever I am tempted, whenever clouds arise, when songs give place to sighing, when hope within me dies, I draw closer to the sky. From care, it sets me free. My eye is on the sky, and I know it watches me. My eye is on the sky, and I know it watches me. Let's enjoy our night tonight together. It's going to be fun. Thanks, Scotty.
Wow, that's wonderful. That's wonderful. David, who wrote that again?
Sevilla D. Martin, Civilla D. Martin, Martin.
That's a real treasure. That's fantastic. Okay, so our next speaker is.
Except she wrote it the way she wrote it. It was His Eye is on the Sparrow, and I changed it to My Eye is on the Sky. So it's quite a bit of a change from what the original that she wrote.
Awesome. I think that's a nice modification there. Our next speaker is J. Kelly Beatty. I was so excited to have Kelly join us. I just envisioned that I would somehow get the chance and opportunity to get him to speak once, but he's joining us for a series of talks for the next 6 start parties that we do. So he is going to be covering astronomy, past, present, and future. Just a little bit of background about Kelly. He is an award-winning journalist. He's been involved in astronomy since maybe way before the 80s. I find out about him in the 1980s because I'm listening to his star talks that he would give. That's not what they're called, but he would give information about what was up in the sky. And so when I'm getting started at selling telescopes, I really don't know too much about the sky. I'm very enthusiastic. I'm selling telescopes who are even more enthusiastic to people that want to get started because Halley's Comet's on its way. And so every day, I would start off my day by calling Sky and Telescope magazine just on the telephone and listening to Kelly Beatty talk about what's up. And so he has instructed people for decades. He has tirelessly contributed to the magazine, to amateur astronomers. He's an inspiration to all astronomers, professional or otherwise. And so, I'm really, really pleased to have him on. And we're going to put the spotlight on you, Kelly.
Oh boy. And of course, Scott, thank you so very kindly for those words. I do hate you because you put me on after David, and that's a tough act to follow. David and I go so way back. And I want to thank all the rest of you for coming here this evening. Astronomy really is a kind of universal pursuit. It's a kind of glue that binds us all together across the miles and continents, and whether you're in summer or winter or whatever. I really think that amateur astronomers are some of the most passionate and selfless people when it comes to their hobby. There's nothing more I would love to do than to grab somebody off the street and say, hey, come take a look at this, just as John Dobson used to. So what I hope to do over these weeks is kind of give us an arc, a framework for the past, present, and future of amateur astronomy, and use that as sort of basis for, I hope, will be some further discussion. And I want to start by the very distant past. Some of you might know the name Russell W. Porter. If you don't know the name, you probably would recognize his iconic drawings of the Palomar 200-inch telescope, the cutaways that showed all the interior even before it was built. And he was an amazing guy who did a turn as an Arctic explorer, and he found himself in his hometown of Springfield, Vermont. And it was 100 years ago this month, in August of 1920, that he gathered a bunch of people together in the machine shop where he was working to teach a class on telescope making. Basically the first class on amateur telescope making, because in those days it was virtually impossible to have your own telescope unless you could make it yourself. And there were 15 people in that class, 14 men and 1 woman who was a school teacher. And many of those people in that class later went on to form what a club called the Springfield Telescope Makers, which continues to exist today. They are the hosts for the annual Cellophane Conference. And it remains the case that in order to be a member of the Springfield Telescope Makers, you have to have made your own telescope from the ground up. So if you think about it, Porter was one of the 2 giants of the dawn of amateur astronomy. The other being a guy by the name of Albert Ingalls, who was an editor at Scientific American, and he loved astronomy, and he'd heard about Porter. So he went up to Springfield, Vermont, and did a story on him and the group there that appeared in Scientific American in November of 1925. And he had hoped that it would be popular. He had just gotten started at the magazine. He said, for those of you reading this, if you're interested in more, drop me a letter and let me know. And he got more than 1,000 letters afterward. And so that was the beginning of a very long running series within Scientific American that eventually spawned a couple of books on amateur telescope making, and really got the craze for making your own telescope started. Of course, these days we have plenty of options for buying commercially made telescopes. Explore Scientific near the top of that heap, but it is still possible, and there are still clubs who carry on the tradition of grinding mirrors and fabricating mounts as a way to sort of earn your stripes in amateur astronomy. Now, Sky and Telescope wasn't there at the beginning of that era, but it didn't come long afterward. And Sky and Telescope is a funny name for a magazine, but then there's Field and Stream, Car and Driver, but there really were 2 magazines called The Sky and The Telescope that merged in 1941. It's an interesting story. I won't go into a lot of detail here, but the two people who were the genesis of that were Charlie Federer and his wife Helen Spence Federer, who had been working at the Hayden Planetarium in New York City. And the director, they had a small publication there called The Sky. Meanwhile, out in Delaware, Ohio, there was a Perkins Observatory had a brand new 60-inch telescope, and they had a small periodical called The Telescope. Now, the telescope focused on the science of astronomy and what was being learned through research. And The Sky over in New York was more focused on what you can see in the sky. And so it came to pass that not long after the World's Fair in New York City in 1939, the planets aligned in a way, and Charlie Federer was asked to take over both magazines. He and his wife moved up to Cambridge, Massachusetts, where they were literally running what became Sky and Telescope out of not much more than a closet in Harvard Observatory. And you know, it was a big time. Big events were happening. It was World War II was going on, and they were struggling. But Sky and Telescope started then in 1941, and grew slowly at first, and especially in the post-war years, it grew a lot more. And Charlie and Helen managed to hang on, and you know, they were delivering something that I think all of us would have wanted then as now: information on astronomy and telescopes and what to see in the sky. Now, Sky and Telescope at that time was, of course, was not the only amateur telescope making magazine or astronomy magazine. There was a magazine called Popular Astronomy, but Charlie had a real vision for the future of amateur astronomy, and he became instrumental in forming what is today called the Astronomical League. And in fact, Charlie wrote the Constitution, and he really promoted the Astronomical League. And in fact, in the early days of Sky and Telescope, he provided members of the league with a discount on subscriptions to Sky and Telescope. And I'm happy and proud to say that that's a tradition that carries on today. If you're a member of an astronomy club, you can get a discount to Sky and Telescope. And so it's always been the case that Sky and Telescope was in the fabric of amateur astronomy, at least after its inception. And obviously, astronomy has changed a tremendous amount in those intervening 80 years. There are so many things now that weren't even envisioned then. And yet, the passion is still there. You know, people who would spend hundreds of hours grinding their own telescope mirrors just so that they could have a look at Saturn's rings or the Orion Nebula with a little bit of clarity. Those people are still around today. They're here on this event this evening, and they're going to show you what modern technology and what modern telescopes are able to do. So as we proceed through these coming weeks, I'm going to take you on an arc through the ages of how amateur astronomy has blossomed, stumbled, regained its footing, and getting ready to launch into the remainder of this century. So Scott, back to you.
Wow. Okay, that was fantastic. That's fantastic. We are going to kick off this star party first with we promised door prizes, okay? So we're going to give away 3 door prizes, each getting better as we go along here. These door prizes are being sponsored by the Astronomical League, and Dustin Gibson came with door prizes as well from OPT. So that's very cool. And so we will we'll start with Jerry Hubble, who is for some reason calling me on the phone right now. Yes, Jerry? Your internet went down. Okay. All right. So his internet went down because of a thunderstorm. So we lost Jerry, but that doesn't mean that we can't ask a question and do this. So we're going to do this kind of in a wild card kind of fashion. and we're going to let David Levy ask the first question. And so the deal is that David will ask the question. You will, there's a couple of rules here. You will send your answer, email it to Kent, and I'm going to put it down here in the text message. Kent at explorescientific.com. Now, you also have to be a member of the Explore Alliance, and you can get a free membership by going to explorescientific.com/alliance. Okay, and go and get your free membership. The strategy would probably be to email the question first and then go get your membership. Okay, so that you're tied in. So that's how that'll work. No matter where you are in the world, wherever you're listening, and I know we have a worldwide audience, you are eligible for these door prizes, which we will mail to you. And so, David, do you have a good question here that we can?
I wouldn't say it's a good question, but it is a question, and here it is.
Okay.
Do you consider that the recent comet that just went by, Comet Neowise, would you call that the great comet of 2020 or not?
Okay. Is there a wrong answer to this?
No, there is no wrong answer.
There is no wrong answer. Okay. All right. So the first one to answer that question, whatever the answer is, and is a member of the Explore Alliance, will receive the first door prize, which is going to be your choice of a 52-degree waterproof eyepiece, okay, from Explore Scientific. These eyepieces are waterproof, argon purged, and so you pick the focal length that you like, and we'll be sending that off to you. So again, send your answer into Kent at explorescientific.com, and we're going to go back to our astronomers here. So I know that we have some astronomers that have some live views right now. We should probably touch base. Who out of our group at this point has something that they can show through a telescope?
Hey, Scott, this is Jason. I do. If
Okay. All right, so Jason,
there.
vast reaches. We're going to put the spotlight on you here for a moment.
Okay.
All right, there you go.
I'm going to try to share my screen here. Is the screen coming through?
Yeah, it's coming through. It's Saturn.
How's the feed?
It's very good. It's very good. You can see.
Let me try to get it more in focus here.
You can see East Division for sure, and every once in a while, it looks like you can see perhaps Anke's Division as well. Kind of pops in and out.
Yeah, it'll come into focus a little bit better here. I wasn't prepared to take it so quickly, but seeing isn't the best tonight. So this is, live view of Saturn through my TPO 12-inch Newtonian. So it's an f4 Newtonian. And this is a ASI 533 MC Pro camera. So it's a one-shot color camera with a 5x power mate in between. And I did take...
how big it is on the screen. It's beautiful.
Yeah. Is the video feed coming through smoothly? I didn't know if that would be
It's spectacular. Absolutely.
Good. Looks really good.
Yeah, so some interesting things here. For me, I live in Michigan, so the altitude of the planet is really low right now. And with that, 24 degrees above the horizon, with that, you see the blue fringing on the top of the planet and the red fringing on the bottom, and that's caused by the atmospheric dispersion as we shoot through the air column. Basically the atmosphere separates the colors like a prism, and that's something you kind of have to deal with when you're shooting in color. They do make some equipment to get around that called a dispersion corrector, but I don't have one of those. Usually don't shoot planets in color, but I'm trying it tonight. And so I took a video of this and I just quickly ran it through Fix Insight here, just to show, you know, what the processing ends up looking like. So this is a 2000 frame video, and just quickly kind of sharpened it up here. There's a tool called the restoration filter, which is really good for kind of quick sharpening. So with the 2000 stacked video, it comes out of the stack looking like that, and with a little bit of sharpening, you can recover some details and definitely see some banding in the atmosphere and the division in the rings.
I like to see the shadow of the planet on the backside of the ring there.
Yeah, and it's interesting around opposition. You know, that shadow moves from side to side. So when we're at opposition and we are between the sun and the planet, that Saturn, that I keep saying Saturn, that shadow isn't really visible. But as we move past opposition, then we begin to see past the planet and the shadow on the rings.
Mm-hmm. Beautiful.
Yeah. So
yeah.
This is not my normal setup for shooting planets, but I thought it'd be interesting at least to present it in color. I thought people might be interested in seeing that.
Absolutely.
Let me get it back on the screen here.
So what's the effective focal length or?
It's I think about 6,000 millimeters.
6,000. Okay.
Yeah, it's a pretty long focal length.
Yes.
And then this is the whole frame of the camera. And if I really start jacking up the exposure, you can kind of see some of the moons. I think this is Titan down here.
Mm-hmm.
And I just had it pulled up on my screen. Let me see. Yeah, that's Titan down there. And this is Rhea. And I'm sure if I went a little bit further, you could see even more here. Yeah, so once you jack up the exposure, you can see Tethys, Enceladus, Dione, and that's I don't know how to say it, Mimas or Mimas, right there off the ring. It's pretty interesting, you know. You can see the whole Saturn system sitting there in front of you.
That's amazing.
Is that coming through all right? Everybody see that?
Oh yes.
Yeah.
This is actually, so this is Titan here, the bright one. This is actually just a bright star in the back of the field. I thought that was pretty cool.
It is cool. Yeah, Saturn certainly an object that has converted many people to devote their lives to observing the sky. Sometimes it only takes one look, and they just can't believe when they're looking visually through a telescope that those rings are really there, and that they're seeing seeing this other world live, and often no one gets to see visually, except maybe through some of the world's largest telescopes, a view like you're seeing here. This is what astrophotography can do for you. So I think it's the way that a live visual view can touch you and change you is very important. But you can peer deeper and you can see details that you can't take home with you unless you're making an astrophotograph. And software like this, equipment like what Jason is using can give you something that you can share with the world, like we're doing right now. And then later you can go and study it and image process it, whether you're going after beautiful images or you're actually going to do science. You've got all those tools in your hands. So it's very cool. Thank you, Jason.
Yeah, no problem. I don't think there's a astronomer or astrophotographer that doesn't have a story of like the first time they saw Saturn through the telescope. I think it hits everybody pretty hard. And, you know, I don't know that necessarily seeing it on a computer screen like this does it justice, but, you know, it's definitely a beautiful sight to see live.
Right.
Hey, Scott, real quick to piggyback on that, I work with kids in the telescope library, the library telescope grant in St. Louis, and there's nothing more special than seeing a kid's face just light up the first time they see Saturn in a telescope.
Yeah, you know that they're actually properly looking through the telescope when their eyes. That's a good word for it too, lighting up, because they're seeing something that just blows them away. You know, so I have yet to really meet anyone that's seen Saturn through a telescope and goes, "Is that it? Is that all there is to it?" You know, it is a spectacular experience. If you're watching the show and you've never done this, good Lord, you need to go out and look, find an astronomer. They'll let you observe through their telescope. Certainly, this is something you would do maybe after after the pandemic, but it's something you want to put on your bucket list to do for sure. For sure. All right, that's great. So. Jason, I think that what we're going to do is we're going to switch astronomers here. We're going to show one more view through anybody else's telescope right now that has a live view. And then we are going to introduce Sandlin, or let Sandlin Buxner introduce herself. She is, I know just a little bit about her. I think Kelly knows a lot more about her, but who else in our group has a live view going on right now?
Well, I did, but my camera won't power on, so I'm kind of having a little bit of bad luck.
All right. How about you, Caesar? You mentioned that you might have the moon in the scope. Caesar, I don't hear you.
Let me check. I have the let me check, because I need let me give me 1 minute, because I go to the telescope.
How about you, Dustin?
Yeah. Yes, I prepare. I give me my place to the yeah.
Come on,
Wait a
Scott.
minute.
You lived here forever. You worked at OPT. You know, I'm a mile from the Pacific Ocean. How it's still noon here.
It's still noon. Okay.
You got your solar telescope out.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. We still have daylight here. I'm looking outside right now. We still got a little daylight. So got a little more time. Probably another 30 minutes here for us.
And Chuck, you're probably clouded out, right?
But Scott, can I show off something I captured on Friday?
You sure can. Of course.
Let me show you this. If I know how to share my screen here. Let's see. I hit this little green button.
Here we go.
And hit share.
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's see here. Oh, that's me.
Perfect.
Okay. Well, there's my Explorer Scientific. It was all set to image, but the camera, I'm not sure. Maybe when I took the cover off, something came unplugged. I'm not sure. I was going to show you the Wizard Nebula, but this is what I captured on Friday. I captured a transit of one of Jupiter's moons.
That is beautiful. Look at that.
It was really fun to see, and I didn't know this was going to happen. I didn't check the moons in advance, but you can see, I think it's called Ganymede. I think it's the largest moon. You can see the shadow going across the planet, and the one on the far left is Io. I don't know how well that shows up in this feed, but you can see the shadow. I hope you can see it.
It's coming across perfectly.
Yeah, so that was a lot of fun to capture, and this is about a 2-hour time span.
Good Lord. Look at the red spot there. And you can see, I mean, you can actually see some shading in the red spot.
The red spot comes around the bend. So that was a bonus. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. That's amazing.
Yeah. So that was fun to capture. It's a great month for planets. With you've got Jupiter, Saturn, and in the morning you got Mars and Venus. So.
Yes. I'm getting phone calls here at Explore. Ask me what's that thing out there.
See,
Okay.
That's fantastic. That's fantastic. Now, Chuck, do you often image planets or?
I do once a year, but this month I've been doing it all month, really, because they're all out this month, and even the moon. It's just a great month. I don't remember another month like this where you can do all of the planets in a single night.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
What a treat. What a treat. Okay. All right. So I think what we'll do is we'll bring up Sanil Buxner next. And she is from the Planetary Science Institute. She is a research scientist. I think she brought perhaps her family with her to participate, or at least to watch. And, so that's really cool. I know she mentioned that her husband's an amateur astronomer.
Thank you. So yeah, you might hear my children coming in because they always know when I'm on a Zoom call. That's kind of how it goes. So you know exactly. And so let me just share my screen.
Here you are. Let me put the spotlight on you too. There you go. All right.
And I'm so thrilled to get to come to the Star Party. And like I said, both my husband and I are amateurs and love star parties. And I, of course, have my story about when I first saw Saturn when I was 16 years old at Chamberlain Observatory in Denver, where I lived, and loved it, and kind of started me on a great path of my amateur astronomy love and my observing love. But I have to say that I always have the most utmost respect for all of you because I'm just not as great with a telescope, although I do use a telescope. Love getting to go to star parties, and I am trying to actually make my screen full here.
Yeah, if you go down to the bottom, there's like a little screen icon down there.
There is. There's just a Zoom thing in the way. There we go. Okay, perfect. There we go. And so what I wanted to talk really briefly about is the kind of work I do professionally at the Planetary Science Institute. And we also live and work in Tucson. And we love to talk about planetary exploration. That's what we do. So here's an overview of who we are. We have 110 research scientists. We live all over the world. You'll see a little star here in Arizona in Tucson. That's where we are headquartered. So if you are in Tucson, we are near the intersection of Fort Lowell and Campbell in kind of a nondescript building. And then we do have a satellite office in Golden, Colorado. And then everyone else kind of works out of different labs. Again, all over the world, we have research associates, education and communication specialists, programmers, and a lot of support staff. And what we do is planetary exploration. So that's what we do. Everything you can imagine, all the planets, asteroids, comets, moons, we do it all and have a lot of fun doing that. And so, I could talk about all 110 astronomers and we would be here for days, but I just wanted to highlight some of the wonderful ones that I work with and then talk about a new program that I hope, our new project that I hope will be something you might be interested in. And so here's, we actually are in the middle of the PSI retreat virtually. This is a picture of our retreat last year in Tucson, and we are all meeting together for the next 3 days, sharing all of our science. And this is kind of a snapshot of what we look like when we all get together. The first person I want to point out is Dr. Pamela Gay. She is not only a research scientist, but a communicator. And you may know of her work. She does a lot of video feeds and podcasts, including 365 Days of Astronomy, Astronomy Cast, and the Daily Quiz. And she does that each day. But the work I really want to highlight is her citizen science work. And so she runs a site called CosmoQuest. And the most exciting part, I think, is that recently the citizen scientists of CosmoQuest mapped Bennu for an upcoming encounter. And so our scientific team wanted to know, what did the rocks look like all over the planet? And we were able to get the pictures and have everybody all over the world mapping the rocks to help the scientists select a site for their sample collection. And in October of this year, OSIRIS-REx, which is also run here out of the University of Arizona, will be taking that collection. So we'll be kind of touching the surface and hopefully collecting some of those particles to bring back to Earth that we will be able to analyze here. But it was a really great connection, again, with non-professional astronomers being able to do this really important work that has really big impacts in planetary science. So I love to talk about the work of Pamela. The second person I work a lot with is Amanda Hendricks. And Amanda previously worked on Cassini. She's actually done a ton of work. And so she worked on the UV spectrometer there, but now is the principal investigator of this virtual institute called TREX, which is the Toolbox for Research and Exploration. And this is a really interesting collaboration. And what they're doing is they are characterizing airless bodies, and they're looking at the fine-grained dust, doing spectroscopy, imaging, all sorts of things to get ready to send people back to the moon. And they're going to be doing, the team will be doing a lot of field work that, of course, was delayed due to COVID. And so you'll get to hear a lot more about how they're doing some ground truth work of the spectroscopy out in the field up in Utah and other places to be able to get ready to go to these airless bodies. The other thing about Amanda, which is fantastic, is right now she is the elected chair of the Division for Planetary Science, and so does a lot of work in that way and a lot of great science. The next person I want to talk about is Jay Greer. Jay has lots of hats. The kind of science she works on is cratering, and she does a lot of multispectral analysis of craters. She looks at the moon and other bodies, but she really wants to understand the age of craters. She wants to understand the prevalence of cratering on the moon and the Earth, as well as lots of properties. And she works on a lot of different teams. And then, of course, is an artist and a poet and does a lot of other work in equity and diversity. And then the last, I'll just talk a little bit about the work I do. So I do work on the TREX team, and I run the public engagement, and we have a lot of great programs that we've been doing, virtual talks all over the country. Now with COVID, connecting our scientists with minority and serving institutions to increase the diversity of planetary scientists. I work with the Lucy mission. There is a fantastic piece called La Space Academy. And if you are or know of young people who are undergraduates who want to learn more about what it would be like to be on a NASA mission, this is for them. It is a free institute. It has always been virtual, and now that's really important. But it helps people learn all the aspects of being on a NASA team, everything from budgeting to engineering, doing different pieces, and they're going to design something and go through a review. And so there are different academies that might lead to a NASA internship, again, being run by the Lucy mission, which will be visiting Trojan asteroids around Jupiter. Something that I hope many of you participate in and that we are a major part of is International Observe the Moon Night, which is mostly run by the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter. And this year will be on September 26th. Definitely looking for lots of live feeds of the moon for that. And people like you to engage our audiences all around the world. We've had an estimated, in 10 years, about 1.5 million people participate in International Observe the Moon Night in about 110 countries all across the world. And we are gonna keep that going full force, and something that we are always looking to expand to get people excited about their personal connection to the moon. And then the last thing I want to talk about is how I really got connected in with everyone, which is we have a new project. So with Rachel Freed and Michael Fitzgerald and I, we have this wonderful opportunity to detail the stories of amateur astronomers. And I have been talking to dozens of people in the last couple of weeks. I just got started. And we have a book chapter that we are finishing, but we have been so inspired by everyone we've talked to that we're going to be doing a lot more work internationally to do this. And so if this is something that you're interested in and you would like to talk to us and share your story about how you got into astronomy, amateur astronomy, we would love to hear from you. And I'll put my my email in there. And so, like I said, it's something that we're thrilled about, and we will be sharing out with the community. We have a chance to get it all put together. And that is all I have. So.
Well, that is fantastic. That is fantastic. Thank you so much. Thank you. Let's before we we're going to take a 10-minute break, but before we do, let's sort out who would be ready to go up next to either show images that they've taken before, show live images that they have through their telescope, or to perhaps show like a demonstration of image processing.
Have my image from last week.
And that is
Astrobeard.
Astrobeard. Okay. All right. So let's see last week's image, and then we will take a 10-minute break here. And I'll put the spotlight on you.
I think I'm sharing.
You are sharing.
This screen right here, this is actually the image for last week.
Wow.
This is the one from last week.
Oh, wow. That's really nice.
I pushed the saturation real far. The stars aren't the right color, but nebulosity just kept coming out, and I just kept working on it, and I'm very happy with the way it turned out. There's a lot of information there. And
what can you tell us about this exposure?
They were 2-minute exposures, unguided, with an Explore Scientific ED80, the carbon fiber model, with an ASI 183 cooled with an Optilong L-enhanced filter. I said there were 2-minute subs. I'd say they were probably a little over an hour worth. I don't actually remember. About half the night. And then it kind of started getting into the gradient, so I kind of lost a lot of what I had there. But yeah, it turned out really cool. And I don't know if anybody knows, but that right there looks very interesting.
Oh, right. Look at that.
I don't know what that is, but it looks very cool.
Yeah, I don't think that's a reflection.
No, it looks like a planetary nebula or something. I'm not entirely sure, but just figured I'd share that because it's cloudy outside. It's still cloudy. I could see where Vega is and where Jupiter is. So I figured I'd get this out of the way and maybe go get set up, and maybe the clouds will clear before the end of the show.
Okay.
So I'm going to stop sharing and send it back to you.
Okay, that sounds great. Okay, well, everybody, it's time to take a little break here. We're going to be back in 10 minutes. So you don't have to disconnect or anything. The stream will be still live, but we just have a little intermission segment here that will be there, and then we'll be back on live, I promise. Okay, and we'll have another question that we can ask the audience. And I think actually Jerry Hubble joined back in. So
Yep. I'm back.
We're back. Okay, so that's wonderful. All right, so we will see you in a moment. And thanks for watching. And Sanal, thank you so much for revealing what the Planetary Science Institute's all about. It's fantastic. Here we go.
So can we talk during this intermission?
Can you talk to each other while this is on? Going on the air?
Voices.
I don't know. I don't know if we're broadcasting or.
Well, just in case, I'll shut up.
I think Scott took a break.
What's that? Yeah, okay. All right, you can jump into the broadcast. I know. Okay. So Tyler and I are in the waiting room. You let us in. Okay.
Hey, Kent, can you hear me?
Yeah, Jerry, I can hear you. Everybody's hot. Everybody can hear it.
It's hot in here.
It is hot in here.
The hot universe. Don't we have some amazing astronomers here? Having just
Oh yeah.
get all these people in one room together. It's incredible. Mystic Neon says only the Hubble Deep Field, but I can stare at that for hours. It's actually meant to hypnotize you.
But
Yep. Reduce all your anxieties. I think that astronomy does give people that perspective to reduce anxiety. You know, I think it's really good for you.
I don't know about that. I'm pretty anxious right now.
Are you really? Yeah, I can tell.
The clouds rolled in. I can't get nothing now.
Oh.
At least you have clouds. I got a clear sky and I got nothing working.
Oh God.
Yeah. Just think of clouds as like a giant.
I think the gear gods are
for a change, but I'm just in. I feel I'm well out of my range with everybody else here.
Dusty asking, "You're muted, guys."
I had the moon the entire night, and when you tell me show me the moon disappear. How do you say? Disappear between the buildings.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's a city. Come on. Now I have Jupiter in the field, my son is searching, is putting the Jupiter in the field, but it's, let me see. Yes, now I have. With a horrible scene, but we can see Jupiter. Jupiter.
Jupiter and Jupiter. Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a lot of places it's overcast right now. Amazingly so.
Mm-hmm. It snuck up here. When I came into the office at 8, I thought, man, it's going to be a beautiful night. Tyler's going to have fun. And it's clouded up by in an hour and a half. It was clouded up.
Yep.
We've had
amazing dog, Astrobeer.
We've had days and days and days of clear nights. And then,
yeah.
It's like buying a new scope.
It gives me a chance to figure out the PMC-8 more, so that's a plus.
Hey, everybody. We're back. We just had to take a little break. But of course, you can still hear us all chattering in the background. We're doing what we love to do, and that's talk about astronomy and look at what's going on there. I did promise, though, that we would show some space art, and Dusty Haskins promised that he would bring some of his artwork on. So I wanted to put the spotlight on Dusty for a while and check out some of his beautiful artwork.
Oh, geez. Well, last week in my sickness, as I was sitting here, Scott had seen over my shoulder my painting there. And I mean, really, how are you going to tell you no? Regardless, I'm not going to do that, you know? So what I did was I put together a few pieces that I had done a while back. Now, I don't know if you guys remember, but I kind of got into, I was always kind of into this, but what really sunk it in was the fact that my 3-year-old, who will be 4 in about a month, she was behind with her hearing, and the one thing that really kind of helped her move forward was space. So I decided after, I saw how into it she was, I decided what I was going to do was I was going to paint her wall for her. So I did a couple practice pieces, which that was my first practice piece that I did.
Oh, wow.
And I kind of stood back and I'm like, I could maybe do this. I could maybe do her wall, so I just I did one more after that, which was this one right here. And it was, I enjoyed doing it. So it was kind of one of those deals where I'm like, well, you know what, I'm going to go for it. And I didn't know how my wife would take it. So I did the smart thing and I waited until she was in Las Vegas at a wedding convention. And when she got out there, that was the first picture that I sent her.
Oh my God.
Right there.
Okay.
Yeah. So you can kind of imagine what her reaction was at that point. I mean, she was a little bit worried.
Uh-huh.
So, I mean, then I sent her a little bit more progress on it.
Cool.
And then by the time it was all said and done, I had gotten to that point.
Wow. And what was your daughter's reaction to this?
I mean, she was pretty much speechless. It was, oh, that's so cool, Dad. Running back and forth, up and down in her room. I love it. So I mean, right then and there, I knew I had done something right. She was extremely ecstatic with that.
You're a good father.
So well, thank you. I do my best with all 4 of them running around. It's definitely trying once in a while.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's incredible. That's incredible. Very, 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 kind of inspired, and she'll have that up on her wall, hopefully all of her life. So.
Oh, I think so.
And
And then
starts with
what's that?
She'll have it until she perhaps starts her own family, but she may want to take the wall with her. So did you think of that?
I mean, I could pull some sheetrock down. That's okay. I get roped into enough projects. Pulling down a few pieces would be totally worth it, I guess.
Sure.
But then my oldest daughter saw that and she was mad. So of course I had to do her a painting. So I did that one for her right afterwards.
Cool.
And then shortly after that, a friend of mine asked if I would do his ceiling at his house. So I did that, which was that would be part of his ceiling. And there's from the other side.
Okay.
And this is why you kind of need a full face mask when you do it.
Very patriotic, though.
Oh, yeah.
So
Yeah.
are you spray painting this, or
Yep.
how are you doing this?
All spray paint. Yeah, it was just kind of a fly by the seat of my pants and try it out, and watched a couple YouTube tutorials and just went to town on it. And I enjoy doing it. I do it quite a bit when I
Was that bomb cans?
Yep.
Oh, cool.
Just spray cans.
So how many rail cars have you tagged now?
None yet. I'm old, married, and have kids. I can't. I don't know. All those. I'm pretty boring now as I get older, which I'm okay with.
That's okay. That's okay. That's very cool.
But then I have this one too, which is on the Mr. Sparkman Stardom Space has that one hanging in his studio too. So that's my artwork, my little side deal that I love doing besides astronomy.
Thank you, man. Thank you for sharing all that. That's cool.
You're welcome.
Now, aside from that, of course, you love to do astronomy. You have at least one telescope I know of, and so tell us a little bit about what you love about astronomy and what drove you into it.
Well, our first kid, when we had her, she was kind of a miracle child, and after that we were kind of told we weren't going to have any more. So we'd gotten to the point where we were just kind of basically going to say, let's just be happy with our one. And right around the time that we decided that, we found out we were pregnant again. So from there it went, I have an 8-year-old and now a 4-year-old, or a 3-year-old, a 2-year-old, and a 1-year-old. So it was like boom, boom, boom. While in between kids 2 and 3, I realized that at this point I have nothing, no hobbies that I get to do anymore, because there just was no time with everything that we had going on.
That's true.
So I went and bought myself, actually, hold on. Got myself this telescope from Menards.
Yep.
And it was, it was one of those deals where I sat and struggled with it over and over and over. I couldn't find anything. And I got up before work one morning and I saw Saturn and I was done. My next words were, "This is going to get expensive."
Oh yeah.
But I knew exactly where I was going with that. So, that was kind of, and ever since then, it's been, my original plan was, I originally loved visual, and I still do. To this day, if I'm out imaging, 9 times out of 10, I have one of my dogs out with me too. But that was my original plan, was to get a 16. And like I told you, my hint to my wife, because I still want it, my hint is to take pictures of it and put it on all of her electronics.
So. Subliminal messaging, right?
Yep. So no, but that was, it was just one of those deals where I had messaged a friend here in town who, I was kind of looking at mounts and stuff. And he said, well, I just so happen to have a friend who's selling one. And yeah, I was done. As soon as I got that, I took my first image. I got the mount in March of this year. And then I took my first image then with my cell phone, because that's all I had. And then like 2 weeks later, I got a DSLR, and that made a world of difference. And now I'm sitting with that thing.
Yeah.
So
look at that.
Yeah, that is pretty.
That's cool. That's cool. Wonderful.
But yeah, so yeah, I got that and those, and then I have let's see if I can do this without losing stuff. I got all of those too. I don't know if you can see them all.
Oh yeah.
So
Astronomy Central, man.
Oh yeah, mission control right here.
That's right. That's great. Well, guys, thank you. Thanks, Dusty, for sharing all that. And we are going to ask a question since now we have Jerry with us. And
Yep.
You have a question, Dustin. How do you want to give away the your prizes?
Yeah, so we got 5 OPT shirts, and you can just give them away with your normal questions.
All right. Okay. Well, we'll just keep going then, because I know that Jerry can come up with 4 more questions. So
yeah, I've got 4 questions right now. So if we need another one, I can come up with another one.
Yeah. All right. All right. So the deal is, okay, then there was some people that asked, okay, they asked, okay, if I send in my my answer to Kent at explorescientific.com, I'll write it down here, Kent at explorescientific.com. There we go, drum roll. Okay. They asked, can I wait till tomorrow to join the Explore Alliance? The answer is probably yes, because we are going to announce the winners at the next virtual star party, which is going to happen in Europe, but starts here in Arkansas time, as I like to call it, at 4 p.m. So Gary Palmer, who will be talking here in a little bit, will be heading up that star party. I get to play host and to stream it live to all of our channels, but that will happen instead of our regular show that we have for Explore Alliance and the Open GoTo community. We will have this virtual star party, so it's going to be a lot of fun and something really different for me. So
that's on Friday. That's coming 3 days from now, right?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So what's going to be the question, Jerry? You're going to get an OPT shirt, and we will do another 52-degree eyepiece.
Cool.
Okay.
So this first question, based on the information on their website, how many clubs are in the Astronomical League?
That's a good question.
More than one.
Yes, and this
Wait a minute, I can't win those, so they're darn.
I'm gonna send you this email I sent to Scott that's got the questions and the answers, Kent. So I'll do that in a minute.
Sure, thanks. Yeah, that makes my life easier.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll repeat it again. Based on the information on their website, how many clubs are in the Astronomical League? And this is what they state on their website. So that's what we're looking for.
Okay. Whether it's updated or not, we don't know.
Google. Use Google.
Right, and I did this. This is as good as it was about an hour ago or an hour and a half ago. That's when I found this answer.
Okay. So if the webmaster's over there changing it right now, if you're listening from the Astronomical League, do not touch that website. Okay. So.
Or if the answer comes in, give us a link to the page and to prove your answer, if that's what you want to do.
There we go. That's a good answer. That verifies it right there. All right. Okay. So Caesar Brolo told me, he announced that he has the moon set up. And are we ready to go live, Caesar? You're muted.
Now, okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
We're going to put the spotlight on you. There we go.
Let me check now. Yes, we have Jupiter. We have Jupiter now.
Jupiter. Okay.
Yes. Cerrame.
This is a live view.
Ahora sí.
This is from your patio in.
Yes. Do you have some pictures of my? How do you say balcony in English? Balcony. Yes, because we live in an apartment, in the middle of the city, in a building that in a tower they have gardens, a roof at 37 floors. And but now by the pandemic, the common areas of the tower are closed, and you can't use. And of course, I need to use my balcony only, and the field of view that I have is really narrow. When we talk about the show the moon was beside, atrás de, behind the buildings, and we lost the moon behind the buildings, and now, fortunately, we have Jupiter in the field, and with this video, we can try. I using my cell phone actually. Putting over the eyepiece, I using an eyepiece of 10 millimeters, 52 degrees, Explore Scientific, that this company.
This is a live view through your iPhone right now?
Yes, it's a Note 5. It's a very Samsung Note 5.
That's pretty cool.
Yes, I choose the most elementary equipment to show that how it's possible to show or to view planets or deep sky. Of course, today deep sky is not easy to make something, like sometimes we can do it, but today we choose planets. But I can show you later, if you like, some individual lights pictures and how we can process, for example, nebulas like Eta Carina or Orion using the APO 80 millimeters Explore Scientific with a very simple mount of Altazimuth mount, go-to mount, and it is something that sometimes I like to try with the most elementary equipment that is possible to make something, and well, we can try with this video because we are transmitting now from the smartphone to the computer. And we are recording a video that we can convert from MPM4, that is the code of the cell phone, to AVI, that is most the one to use in for Registax or some type of software for processing software for planetary view, of course. And well,
yeah, it's amazing what you can do with with everyday. I mean, almost everybody has a smartphone. It is definitely affordable, and here you are sharing a live view of Jupiter to the world. And so that's really that is amazing. It is.
Yes, it's incredible that only with a cell phone, a smartphone, an adapter, eyepiece, and telescope, and a single mount, and it's not an equatorial mount actually. It's a alta azimuth go-to mount, but very simple, very small telescope. And the telescope is a max cutoff of 4 inches, no more, actually, for this.
Wow, really impressive. In the 1980s, if you'd asked me if somebody could take their phone and share an image of Jupiter around the world with it.
Yes. Yes, impossible. Yes.
Possible.
Yeah. It's incredible. It's incredible that for people like you and me, are people that we started to make astronomy in the 80s.
Yeah.
Think about these possibilities. It's incredible. It's something that when I talk with the people that we lost maybe 3 or 4 films of 36 exposures to have one decent picture and
zero good exposure.
Or sometimes 0, of course, yes. And that and go to the high exposure. I don't remember the name of maybe do you remember, Scott, the name of high. I remember that we bought the special films that was processed with gas. If anybody remember the name,
from Eastman Kodak.
Hypersensitivity.
Yes.
Hypersensitizing with that's with was it hydrogen or what was it with?
With hydrogen, somebody
nitrogen.
Nitrogen, yes, nitrogen. Yes,
you don't want to put hydrogen in the oven.
Fortunately, it was with nitrogen because many people exploded, and in the 90s, this was hydrogen. But it is incredible the long history or the long way that we have today, where we have these possibilities. I can share.
¿Qué quieres mostrar?
No, creo que ya se...
Ah, sí, se cortó el video ya.
Okay, the video finished and
yeah, we lost the live view.
Okay,
right.
And this type of things where today I talk with my customers when they tell me a lot of times, oh, this don't work, this is impossible to use, and I say, come on, you don't know about how the telescopios or how the telescopes was only 25 years ago, and today the possibilities that they have at the prices that are impossible to imagine, where in a, for example, mounts like EXOS 100 with a Newtonian of 6 inches, and you have a small observatory, totally automatized, because the thing that we can do it is with very, very small telescopes, and it's impossible sometimes to explain to young people to say, come on, they have an excellent tools to have image, or it's another dimension from the past, but only we are talking about 25 years.
That's right. And so a lot has been developed over the last 25 years. And Justin Gibson and Steve Malia both are people that have been up to their eyeballs in this kind of new technology. So Dustin, let's have you describe a little bit about what OPT has been doing. I know the story, but and a lot of people listening right now might have tuned in to Gibson Pix and also to the Clear Skies Network to learn more about what's available. But you really have some amazing equipment out there that you're giving freely, free access to these things, and you're guiding them along. I really believe that you're really at the forefront of astrophotography outreach. I've experienced, I was on Gibson Pix with you, cost me a telescope or two.
Yeah, the cost of entry.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you both, you guys.
Yeah, there it is right behind him.
Dustin, what are some of the more amazing experiences that you've had? And I don't know if you can show one of your observatories at this time,
yeah, I could probably bring it up. Let me see how to give me 2 seconds here. I could bring up 3 of them. We are building them around the world. So the goal is 62 observatories around the world to give away for free to the public to use. And the way we started was at our local club, RAS. We built observatories for ourselves to try to work out all the bugs, and there have been a lot of bugs. With a project of this scale, there will be, especially when it's not something we can just replicate, but we have to kind of start from scratch. Mm-hmm. So let me see what I've got here. Let's see. Can you see that?
Yep.
All right, so let me make this a little bigger. Didn't make the windows any bigger, but that's all right. So what we got, we can go into each observatory, and I just had one of our OPT team members out there helping me get this one fine-tuned. Some of these scopes are undergoing some upgrades right now. So this is a 17-inch plane wave that's actually about to come out and get replaced with a Radian CDK 17-inch with 4 cameras on it. So it'll have Planetary, Deep Sky, which will be another 16803 sensor, and then color camera as well, and a spectrograph. So yeah, we're putting these systems there with the idea that they will be used for a lot of different purposes. I intended to use this one tonight, but as you can tell, when he left the lights on. So I just buzzed him and was like, "Hey, we got a light problem to fix," but I'm sure he'll help us out there. But,
note to self.
Yeah.
Light switch remote.
That's you need a power switch for that. That's right.
Yeah.
You need a web power switch.
Absolutely. Everything else, it's funny because everything else is on a web power switch, but since we're rarely out there, the lights it's always off. So there was just no point. But yeah, I guess he got a little happy leaving there. It's like 110 degrees out there every day. But that's one of them. This one was the Radian CDK 10-inch and just came out. So that's another observatory. You can see the box here on the left. He is installing, the flat panels have to be gigantic. So this is like a 3 foot by 3 foot flat panel that goes on the wall that we can shoot auto flats, because the whole point of these observatories is to be the test bed for full automation and simplicity. We want to create access to the universe for everybody. And what that really means is you have to overcome all of the hurdles, including the learning curve. And so if we don't feel like these can be controlled from anywhere in the world from a cell phone, then we haven't really beat the problem yet. And so that's what we do is we put these things through hell. I mean, we throw everything we can at them. We're constantly changing things, trying to find things that are a little more stable or a little more simple. We've been even developing some of our own interfaces to just try to make things so easy and fun. It's got to be picture heavy. This is a visual hobby, so we want people to see, the exciting stuff. And that's kind of what it is. And then I've got a good friend that allows us to use. This one is a Celestron Rossa, and so we use this for the virtual star parties that we do with Fraser Cain from Universe Today. And so because it's a color camera on a RASA, we can get, data very, very quickly. And we've actually had this one on the homepage of Twitch, which is like 800,000 people seeing, space. And that's the whole goal, is like, how do we take this hobby that we're also, addicted to, that has changed our perspective and, created a new energy and like excitement in all of us, to the point where, I mean, a lot of us, it's changed our life path. I was in a completely different industry before looking at the moon that day. I had no idea what that was about to do to me, And so, 5 years later, I'm here, and telescopes are all I do all day, every day. But there are a lot of people that way. And so that's the idea, is how do we give this perspective to everyone? And those are, you'll find the missions that we have at OPT are all centered around that. So the telescope, the observatory project, has been my baby from the beginning. That's the one we started with first. And these are the test beds. The other observatories are in Texas, in West Texas, and even better skies. But then we have a project called Future Stars, with the intention of giving every public high school in the United States a free telescope. And so trying to really solve the problem of access, because we don't feel like there's enough access to this, to this perspective, or a chance to even, get into this or grow through this. So that is the mission. That's what we're trying to do. And, working very hard to make it a reality.
That's fantastic. It really is. I mean, it's such a ambitious project, but you're making the dream come true. And, I saw you working with some very young, teenage level, or maybe even younger than that, something like, who was the 12-year-old that made that amazing deep sky image that
So there's two of them, two 12-year-olds actually, and both of them are my heroes. One of them's name is William. He's the one that he logged into one of my observatories with me and took a better image than I ever have, ever. His processing was unreal. So he'd never used a telescope before, but I told him from the beginning, if this is going to be your image, you're doing everything, every click, every creative decision, everything. And he did, and it was a blast. It was probably my best, one of the best experiences for sure that I've ever had in astronomy, was working with William. Absolutely loved it. But then also, and we actually have him here tonight in Twitch on Clear Skies Network, is Mr. Aurelius. That's A.E. Mitty. And this kid, I'm telling you, is he is destined to be one of the greatest astronomers alive. I mean, if you look at the work he's doing already at 12 on his own, it is absolutely unreal and so inspiring. When you walk into OPT now, he actually sent me a picture of him with his telescope and a couple gifts. And so when you walk into OPT headquarters, the first thing in the building is actually a picture framed of Aurelius. It's that inspiring that, we wanted it to be there. We want the staff, when everybody's back, it's like, this is why we do this, guys. This is what we have to do. Let's make sure that every kid in the neighborhood is taking better images than we are. Let's always be jealous of the younger generation. That's the goal.
That's a good goal. That's a great goal. That's fantastic. Well, that's awesome. That's awesome. So this is what astronomy can be for the amateur astronomer. And even this gear, as sophisticated as it is of course, it's higher price than some of it, but it's still amazing how inexpensive it really is for what it is, So it's this equipment is certainly something that almost any high school could afford to put in, and but just to be so generous as you are, Dustin, to put together the money, the effort, the time, to spend all this time on the air, to interact with audiences is I got to take my hat off to you, man. It's really inspiring.
Well, thank you. I thank you. I mean, Craig as well as anybody. Craig was the old owner of OPT for 42 years. He owned it. And, OPT's old. It's been around 74 years this year. And, it's been through a lot. I mean, Craig took this company that was quite literally, as you know, Scott, it was a tiny, tiny camera store on Coast Highway, Pacific Coast Highway, that was meant to serve the local community. And the original owner, that was the vision, serve the local community with like portraits and family photos and things. And Craig took this business that was so small, it wouldn't have worked in a business the size of like a Subway restaurant. It was smaller than that. And he grew it to be the largest telescope retailer in the country, got it in the top 500 list of fastest growing businesses in the nation multiple times. And by the time we got there, I didn't come here to buy the company. I just wanted to work at OPT and learn from everybody there, because it didn't take much research to find out, like, you want to know something? Those people have the answer.
Right.
And man, being around Craig, like the enthusiasm, like the whole staff, it's just so contagious that finally when Craig, kept asking Jenny and I she's like, I got to get this to somebody that can take it into the digital age and, keep this push alive. It's the legacy, right? It's got to go forward. Finally we were just like, yeah, I can't imagine what else we would do with our lives that's going to be better than what we're talking about here. Sharing the universe with people. Like, yeah, let's do this. And taking it there and
idea to, if it's something that you can put your life, throw your whole life into it, what could be better? What could be
exactly. It's the mission.
People, commune with the universe in the way that they are with those observatories, with your staff, with the gear that you can get, through OPT. So really fantastic. And another guy that is doing a lot of this as well is Steve Malia. Steve, how are things out there in Canada right now?
Well, the weather certainly improved, and the rain has held off, so I'm quite happy with that. And after a couple of hours of equipment fighting, I'm glad to say that I won that battle, and I'm finally doing some imaging. But
right now,
yeah. I have to say, Dustin, after hearing what you're doing right now, I'm actually quite inspired, and I might have to copy some of what you're doing up here.
Yeah, please do. Let us know if we can help.
Right, you can't do too much outreach. It's impossible.
Right. But yeah, I don't think I got my rig going, and finally imaging. I don't even remember what I'm imaging right now, but my first sub finally came through. This past weekend, Scott, would have been Starfest up here.
And that's the big star party in Canada.
Yeah, it's the largest star party in Canada. It's put on by a local club called the North York Astronomy Association, the NYA. And they've been doing it since 1982. It's been growing ever since. I think at its peak, there was close to 1,000 people that would attend, which I guess for Canada, that's pretty good. Now I think it averages about 500 to 600 people for the weekend. And we get some really good speakers that come up as well. We had Carolyn Porco, I think 6 years ago. Fred Espenak was up here a few years ago. And it attracts all types of astronomers, visual astrophotographers, and everything in between. And some people just go for the talks because the talks are really good. They go on for 2 days straight. But as with everything else, it was canceled this year, but I was able to sneak up to the campgrounds this past weekend to try to enjoy the night skies, and I was completely clouded out all 3 days. I was able to pull at least polar line though each night. So I know that worked. But astronomy is it's alive and well. This past few months, we've seen a major spike in the overall business and the interest of astronomy. A lot of parents, a lot of grandparents calling saying, "I want to get a telescope for my child," which is quite refreshing, because I think that the hobby does need some new blood, some new young blood to come in and take it to another level. With the tools that are available now, with the ability for anyone to take a picture, even with just a phone, and what you can do with just that. Scott, you and I have talked about that before, right? The technology is there, and the younger generation that's coming and know how to use that technology, which is nice because it's taking from different fields and bringing it into astronomy and seeing what we can do with it. So to me, that's quite exciting and quite inspirational to keep doing what I'm doing as well. But until I'm able to get something, I'm not really going to be able to share much right now.
Come back.
I do have my my Lost Mandy, well, the Explore Scientific Lost Mandy G11 with the PMC running. And as always, I was working flawlessly, and it is a mount that I do suggest everybody take a serious look at.
I appreciate that, Steve. That's really, that's my baby, and I defend it to the death. It's like that.
Sometimes he does.
Yeah, it's true. I know firsthand.
Many times.
From those early days. I think this was the first one that came out that was sold to the general public.
I think it was numero uno.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
I remember when I was having trouble and Jerry logged in and he saw the firmware version. Like, how did you get that? I think it was on version 2. They said you shouldn't have that. Like, okay.
Yeah.
But no, it works really good. Even with the IXS 100 and the XS 2 with PMC8, the ability, again, talking about technology, to use everyday devices like a tablet and something that most people are familiar with, or just about all people are familiar with, and just get into it right away. You look at when you buy an iPad, they don't come with a manual.
No.
Right? And especially children or the younger generation, be able to pick it up and just start using it. And then using an app like Explore Stars, pick it up and just start using it, right? That's a testament as to where the field is going and how it's an excellent way for people to get started into the hobby with something that they're familiar with. They don't have to start picking up manuals or scouring the internet and watching YouTube videos on what to do just to be able to get their mount to move. So I think that's an excellent primer.
I heard something today about it was in relation to mentally challenged kids and their ability to interact with the world, and they were talking about neuroplasticity, which was kind of a new term to me, but it has a lot to do with making something challenging enough to engage you, but not so cumbersome that it prevents you from doing what you want to do. And so there's that balance. It's a real fine line, and if you get the right teacher, the right gear, the right to where you can stay engaged, stay challenged, because you can't have it do it for you, right? There's no challenge there.
Right.
You got to learn something. So one of the guys that often follows us on our shows is Ron Delvaux. Ron, do you want to show? You came on the show as a guest, and we wanted to learn a little bit about you. This is the first time for me to actually see you live. So, how are you doing, Ron?
Pretty good. How are you?
Great. So you work with a lot of telescopes, and you're always bringing up some information about the equipment that you own.
Yeah, I have a bunch of scopes over the years. I started when I was young. I have a video I can show you that I made back in 2015. I have a backyard, which is awesome. I have a golf green area and a little building, and I put my scopes in the building. And there are times when I can leave my scopes out for 2 or 3 weeks, just cover them, and right. they're aligned and ready to go. I just put my cart near what I'm going to use and start hooking up my stuff and go for it.
Right.
I don't have any. I'm a visual and astrophotographer, but mainly I love visual, and I still do visual all the time. And I have a bunch of telescopes to use for different things. I have a couple of old ones. Anyway, if you want, I'll play the video, share the screen, and I have some of my current stuff that I've taken pictures of, and I have some art I can show you that I've done. I was a sign painter most of all of my life. I'm retired now.
Okay.
And, the video I'm going to show you is when I lived in Surprise, Arizona. I live in Fountain Hills now, which is 50 miles on the other side of Phoenix.
Okay.
Anyway, just after I did this video, I was diagnosed with having an aneurysm on my heart, and I was lucky to find it, and I'm still here, which is amazing. It was like 3 inches. It was huge.
Oh.
And I had open heart surgery, had it fixed and everything, which is cool. So I'm kind of thankful to be here.
That's good.
Anyway, so if you want me to share, and this is kind of a hokey thing. I have a neighbor that did video, and we threw something together just to have, and so here it is. I'll show it to you.
Okay.
See, share the screen. Hopefully it's loud enough. Tell me if you see it.
Yes. Uh-huh.
Okay, here it goes.
Hi, welcome to the Delvo Observatory. I live in Surprise, Arizona, USA. I am Ron Delvo. I live in the northwest corner of Phoenix, Arizona. There's approximately 100,000 people who live here. 5 million of them live in the Phoenix area. Light pollution is everywhere, but we have low humidity and many clear days and nights. I started into astronomy when I was 12 years old. My parents got me a 40 power refractor, and as my interest grew, they were able to get me a 4-inch reflector. With a crude equatorial mount and 3 eyepieces, I was able to view all kinds of stuff. Year after year, I learned the constellations and was able to find the planets and some deep sky objects. After I was married, I purchased a 10-inch reflector and enjoyed years of visual astronomy. There were occasions where I took some photographs with a film camera and a camcorder, but most of my observing was visual. I joined an astronomy club in Toledo, Ohio, and shared and learned so much in our club. They even built a 25-inch SCT reflector and an observatory. And I helped build that too with them. It was a lot of fun. Moved to Rochester, New York, where it was cloudy most of the time. For many years I lived there, and it was very discouraging. In 2007, we moved to Arizona. What a great place this is. I bought a modified Canon 40D camera, and in 2012, I started learning to do astrophotography. I traded 2 guns for my Meade LX200 8-inch telescope. From that time on, I've been collecting telescopes and learning software to control the camera and to process astrophotos I take.
Nice.
Each telescope is like a tool in a toolbox. It has special purpose for each one. And even the cheapy ones can be used to take pictures, even the inexpensive ones in someone's closet that they've been disgusted with because they can't see anything, even though you think you can't see anything, you can. I host star parties and I go to schools and share the heavens with my neighbors. The wonderful thing about this technology is as time goes on, more is learned, and the photographs we are now doing are better than the large observatories were producing back in the 50s and 60s during the time I was growing up. I consumed all the magazines and books I could find. Now the internet is so awesome, the future is too, because it's unlimited what you can do. I have discovered an X on the moon. It's the shape of an X.
Oh, wow.
I'm looking to publish the idea that I found it, and I've made pictures up and graphics of where it is, and I've posted it everywhere to try and get some kind of credit for it. There are many aspects to astronomy. As an amateur, you can actually contribute to science, finding comets, novas, capturing events that occur only one time. And there's even more, and it's wide open.
Wow, thank you, Ron.
Yep.
Very much, man.
Okay, let's see. That's just a thank you for the guy that did the video.
Very nice.
Okay, let's see. While I'm here, I'll just show you quickly some artwork I did for the Challenger Learning Center in Rochester before I moved to Arizona. And this is the entrance to the Challenger Learning Center. You know, I did all kind of artwork.
Very nice.
Yeah, and it was fluorescent lettering, so they had black light and it all lit up. I also did some what would you call it, foam graphics to make it look like the space station.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, and this is a wall.
You're already in. I had to get out to get in.
And anyway, there's that. Then on my Delvo Observatory in Facebook, my machine is lightning fast, as you can see.
All right.
It's coming up here in a second. I got some pictures of Jupiter and Saturn and Mars recently. Let's see if I can get down there. We have in Fountain Hills here, they're going to build an $18 million complex. And they're going to have a 60-inch telescope, or let's see, 40-inch telescope or something in the building. And I'm going to teach and have classes and do neat things.
My goodness, that's great.
Anyway, let's see. I want to go down far enough to see that. This is what my observatory looks like. And we got shirts recently, so we look semi-pro now.
I'm going to get one of those.
Yeah, let's see. Here's a picture of Venus I took. There's Saturn. And here's Mars. This came out pretty good.
That's beautiful. Very nice.
Yeah, that's with my LX200.
Mm-hmm.
And I got the next one is
I had a question.
Jupiter.
Somebody that was watching the show about, he said, when designing a Schmidt-Cassegrain telescope, reflector telescope, is the focal length value for the primary mirror the distance to the secondary or near to it, or is it the full light path to the focuser? You know that answer, Ron?
No.
Yeah.
Not a technical guy.
Look at a Schmidt-Cassegrain telescope like the 8-inch f10, for example.
Yeah.
They use an f2 primary, and then the secondary is actually very close to the primary mirror. They use a 5-power secondary, so the magnification actually happens from the secondary, you know, to get that whole f10 focal length. So
cool.
Wow. Well, thank you very much, Ron. That's excellent. Thank you very much for sharing.
Sure.
Yep.
We have one other thing I wanted to talk about was where I live now. It's a dark sky community. It's been so for 2 years, and there's a lot of people that are dedicated to get other towns and cities involved in keeping the sky dark so people can actually see the Milky Way, which in some cases here, it's very bright. Up north in Arizona, it is so bright that you can get the Milky Way to cast a shadow. It's just so bright. It's amazing. Anyway, that's my time, I guess. Appreciate it. And I love coming on and doing your go-to thing. And I try to ask interesting questions because
and you do.
I'm an old guy.
Thank you for sharing, Ron.
Sure.
Thank you. Okay, well, I know it's getting late for Gary Palmer, and Gary's been hanging in there. So Gary, why don't we switch to you, and I'll put the spotlight on you, man.
Hey, Gary, what time is it there? 4 in the morning?
Hi, everyone. It is 5 a.m., 5:02.
Oh, my goodness. I hope you got
clear skies here. We've had a big storm come through. So tonight, what I thought we would do is have a look at some processing on mosaics. Yeah, so whether it's a mosaic of the sun or a mosaic of the moon, and really why we're doing it and how we get a reasonably good mosaic together. There's a couple of different reasons why. So let me share up the screen first. There we go. And let me just shrink. Where's it gone? Can't see anything at the second. Give me 2 seconds. There we go. Okay. So one of the reasons for mosaics is really being able to get a little bit more detail than a full disk image or a single shot recorded with a camera. The other reason might be that your field of view might have a large telescope, something like an SCT telescope, and your camera's field of view is not going to allow a full disk shot. So the idea is to join multiple shots together and create a mosaic of the image. So here's one of the moon, and this is the sort of thing that we're trying to attempt to get to. They're not necessarily the easiest thing in the world. So here's a solar one. If we go back to the full page, there's about 50 images in there, 50 videos that are all combined together in auto stacker, and then they're put into single files and come up with a single shot. So if we go to one of these here, there we go. So here's one of the single shots as it's been stacked from the auto stacker, and it's had a little bit of sharpening, and some people turn around and say don't sharpen, other people say sharpen. I find if you give it a little bit of sharpening at some point with wavelets, it helps some of the software also align these objects. Depending on how many you put in to the software is dependent on how well it works. Now Photoshop has a system on there, and normally you can get somewhere around 20 to 30 images to all align and combine themselves together, more or less automatically. But it can have a big meltdown. That's the key thing. And one of the things it has a meltdown on is when you actually create the stacked image from a video, you end up with lines around the edge, and you need to go through each one of these images and delete or crop off the stack lines. Otherwise, this causes the software all sorts of problems. There is other free software as well. You've got something like Microsoft Ice. Yeah, so I've loaded some of these, preloaded these in, and it's really simple. You just load these in. You can go to Stitch. There's your image straight away. And then we can go to crop. The downside to this, with it being a free piece of software, is if you've got any gaps here, if you've not overrun into the dark areas, and the same works on the sun, and that gives you an uneven blend somewhere in this area here. It is really hard to actually get a nice even blend, because each shot will have a very, very slightly different contrast or exposure. And that also depends on maybe using solar filters. You might have a soft spot in part of the filter, so it'd be brighter in one area than what it is in another area on the image. But basically, that's how quick it is. It's a really quick piece of software to use.
That's amazing.
So
Why
if you
is
go
it
back
green?
to the Photoshop analog, This is quite old, this. I deliberately dug this out from quite a long time ago. We can see that the solar fills, I think it was on a Coronado 90mm. So probably I had that about 5 or 6 years ago, something like that. And our cameras were quite poor then. So you used to get quite a lot of problems getting a nice even contrast right the way through the image. But there are ways around this. Generally, you would go in and you would try and match most of these together to get the same sort of contrast on each layer. So you just select each one and gradually adjust it. Nowadays, it's a lot easier because we have flat frame subtraction in the software. So it creates a fairly uniform mosaic when we're doing this right the way across. But we can, for instance, go into here and we can select all layers. And then we can go into edit and we can tell it to auto blend the images. I haven't actually counted how many were in this one. I just sort of prepared it as something to look at. Now, one of the beauties with Photoshop is Photoshop will have a look at the outside edge and it will match this all in. What you can see here are some very faint lines, and that's where we've not gone into each layer and blended it a little bit closer to the layer that's next to it. But you can see that we've got quite a bit of detail in there. Yeah, and if we sharpened all of this up and went through the time process, it would work quite well. It would look quite nice. This is one that I dragged out. This was the one that we just ran through on the Microsoft Ice software. Mm-hmm. So if we just roll back in the history here, yeah, so we've moved a couple of these around. Now what we're going to do is exactly the same thing, yeah, and auto blend all of these.
Why is the moon green?
Right, that is the actual camera itself. So lots of color cameras, or most color cameras, have a bias of green. So for every red and blue pixel, you've got 2 green pixels, which make up the biomatrix. Some cameras like the ZWOs, they have modified these in the color balance in the SDK. The downside to that is that they've actually moved the blue up to 90. So if you plug in a standard ZWO at the moment, it's got a relative color of on the blue channel of 90. And it should be down in the 50 area, which would give you a slight tinge of green. And when I spoke to them, they said, oh, well, it looks nice on the screen, but in a sense for processing, we actually need, we really need to remove the green. So that is a simple process, and we actually looked at that. So if we drop that down, I've already opened this in PixInsight. That's the image there. And what I've done is I've split that image at the top here into its RGB. So you can see there that the blue is really, really dark. The green is quite bright, and the red sort of in between the two. So we can use linear fit. It's pretty straightforward. Yeah, and we can select the green channel because that's the brightest one, and we want to balance the other 2 channels the same. This is probably, this process is the best way of getting a good color calibration. You can do it in software like Registax or Photoshop, but it's actually quite hard to get a really nice color calibration on it. Once we've done the linear fit and they're all fairly evenly balanced together, we can generate our color image. So if I just open that up a little bit more. There we go. Now what we want to do is add in a little bit more color and maybe adjust the brightness very slightly. So if we reset this, put it back into brightness mode, and just brighten it up a little fraction, somewhere around there. apply it to the image. And now what we're going to do is turn over to saturation. So we're going to bring in, or bring out, should I say, some of the color that's in the image.
Now, Gary, I'm going to ask you to give yourself a little plug here, because if you want to learn how to do image processing like this, Gary's the guy to teach you. And he does this kind of thing online all over the world with astronomers.
So somewhere around there, I would be quite happy with that. I might adjust the background very, very slightly on it. So that's roughly 10 panels for a mosaic. And now if we actually zoom in, you can see that we've got some nice detail on there. And a lot of this will work around your optics, it'll work around your seeing conditions. There could be 101 reasons why it'd be clearer or why it'd be softer in the image. But that's a general sort of view, and it works exactly the same with the solar side of things. Got one there. I actually did this. This was a test image. There are absolutely no solar features on the sun, just a couple of prominences, but it's a 20-panel test mosaic. And again, you can see that you can get a nice blend on it, depending on your camera as to whether you're going to get a darker limb on here. But you can blend this all out. This was done, I think it was done in about November, something like that. So it's quite late in the year for us. So you can see a couple of little softer areas, but it is only a 60 millimeter telescope. So that was really
that's fantastic.
About it. There we go.
Okay, Gary, that's
we're back.
Back now. That's right. Somebody said that Clear Light 58 was here in the chat, and he says, "Amazing! You must have some really good coffee there to be able to talk at this level of detail at 5 a.m." You said your work is very
Yep, it's being readily filled. Thanks.
fantastic. As I said, Gary Palmer is really one of the amazing astronomers, astrophotographers out there. But he also does do workshops. He does them virtually online. You can take one-on-one with him. And Gary, what's the best website to go to for you?
The best website is our astrocourses.co.uk website. If you want to have a browse at the images are on solarsystemimaging.co.uk.
.co.uk. There we go. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We go down now to Chile, to Rodrigo Zeleda. And Rodrigo, you've been very patient. Thank you for hanging out with us. You're in La Serena, Chile, and you are the owner of North Optics down there, telescope retailer, but you're a passionate astrophotographer too. And we are all very jealous because you are the darkest skies in the world. So what can you share with us tonight?
Hi, Scott. Well, tonight in La Serena is probably again and raining, but I share with you some picture.
Okay.
Take with the refractor 6-inch like that.
Okay.
Automatic refractor.
Is that refractor? Mm-hmm.
It's not a nice refractor.
Thank you.
And
that's an Explore Scientific AR 152 back there.
Yes. Okay. You see the picture?
Not quite yet. There it is.
Okay. This picture is with the 6-inch refractor from La Serena.
Wow.
And I'm using the dual narrow band filter, but if you see the star is free achromatic aberration.
Yes.
The filters eliminate the aberration with the a narrow band filter of oxygen and hydrogen.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Now, the Explore Scientific AR-152 is a crown and flint achromat. This is not an apochromat refractor. And what's making this possible to have this kind of star quality with virtually no secondary color in the image are these narrowband filters. Several astrophotographers, including Jason Gonzalez, the Vast Reaches, has been doing a similar type of work. Now, what's amazing about the scope also is its low price. To get some image quality like this is it blows me away. So
this is a big telescope and a great capture of light for the photograph. And I take another picture without narrow band filters. In the first photograph, you see the achromatic aberration.
Yes.
This is the Centauro A galaxy in the south.
Mm-hmm.
And this star with achromatic aberration is normally in a doublet achromatic telescope, but with a little process is better.
Oh yeah.
And better.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little process with pixel inside. I extract the blue halo from the star, and the picture look very well.
Right. Incredible.
This is the original picture, and the process little green and another color balance, and the picture look better.
I see a nice bright red star there, about 10 o'clock or so.
Yep, the process is SNR blue and SNR green. Extract the color.
Yeah, that bright red star is about halfway to the bright star to the top left. Oh, there's one right next to it too.
Right.
Hey, and what programs are you using primarily?
And this program is only for the show your the magic. It's GIMP, free software for editing. And yes, two photos with this telescope. I test the optics and test the mount. I work with the PVCA, the Exos 2 mount with this telescope. The work of the mount is very good. This telescope is heavy, 10 kilograms. With the photographic equipment is 12 kilograms, and the tracking is very good. And I share with you the last photo I take a few days ago. It's a wildfire with the Lagoon Nebula and Trifid Nebula for La Serena. This photo is with new telescope. It's a long-term telescope for 16 millimeters.
Yeah, that's spectacular too. Wow, I'm really jealous of the skies you have there, Rodrigo. That's it's amazing.
is yes, I live in the city. If you go out to the city, the sky is very dark and spectacular.
Yes, it's spectacular.
Yes, this is my presentation.
Thank you very much, Rodrigo. Thank you. Thanks for participating tonight. You were with us the last couple of star parties too. We really appreciate your sharing those southern sky objects. You know, we love to see them up here. Okay, we have also some other people that joined us that I haven't quite got to yet. Dave, you want to share a little bit of what's going on over there in California in Temecula?
Sure. Actually, can you come back to me in a couple of minutes? I want to share out my tablet. So you'll need to let me in the Zoom meeting. So
no problem.
Yeah, just come back to me in a couple of minutes, please.
Okay. All right. How about Richard Grace? You got something to show us?
I do. It's terrible. It's terrible. There's no no light pollution filter was used on this image earlier this week. I captured some M31 and well M110 I guess along with it.
Okay.
And that's why I'm received a light pollution filter today, and that's why it's cloudy. Let's see here. Let me share a screen.
Why is it that astronomical gear tracks clouds? I haven't really figured that out yet.
So I got another scope coming tomorrow, so hopefully the clouds will clear out from that till next week. But I think you guys got that. It's not very good. You can tell the gradient from light polluted skies. I couldn't get it out. A little amp glow on the side. I couldn't get it out. Need to work on my processing skills, but
it still looks pretty good though.
I also just edited that in like 15 minutes, like in the last just 15-20 minutes ago. So yeah, that's really all I've got for the night, but that was with the ED80 CF from a city with no light pollution filter.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's really good.
Just think that's 4 moons across.
Yeah, man.
Hey, the bright star to the left of there. Blow up that one real quick. Can you zoom in on that image? Okay, stop right there. It looks like almost like you have a little bit of shipping screw pinch. See those 3 flares 120 degrees apart? They're little wedge-shaped things.
Mm-hmm. I do.
I will send you a document that talks about that. Basically, you just loosen the shipping screws, and that should take care of it.
Very good. I was actually wondering about that because it kind of almost looks like a camera lens with the iris closing down for stopping down a lens.
So if you look at, I noticed it on that one, but you can see at the others now that I'm looking at it. They're sort of wedge-shaped artifacts. They look like a wedge, and there's generally 3 of them if they're all tight. I'm sending you that document right now.
Cool. Definitely appreciate that. And I will stop sharing my screen because that's pretty much all I've got.
Right.
It's still cloudy, so I'll be working through the week and working on trying to get that image with some light pollution filter, and then also working with the new scope in the coming weeks.
Okay. All right.
Scott, I think we need to get to a question.
Yes, Jerry. I think you're right. I think it is question and door prize time. And so this time, the prize will be this is our third question. And the prize will be any 82-degree inch and a quarter eyepiece. The 82-degree series.
Oh man.
Yeah.
That's a tough question then.
No pressure, Jerry.
Time. Again, you need to answer the questions. Send your answers to Kent@explorescientific.com. This eyepiece will come with an OPT T-shirt as well, so you can wear it with pride. And it will our eyepieces come with a beautiful gift box, and inside the gift box is a nice little case that will hold the eyepiece. And I could go on and talk about our eyepieces, but I won't because we still have astronomers to get to tonight.
Hand grenade.
The 82-degree series is probably Explore Scientific's most popular series of eyepieces. So we've sold, quite a few. So, and
I knew you couldn't count that high, Scott.
Up on us about getting more stock. So, which I had to answer some very interesting questions today. Dealers wanting to know why, because the customers want to know why in this time of COVID, they can't get telescope equipment faster, and the issue is that it just takes a long time to make the product. And, factories are shut down for about 2 months this year. So that's never happened before. So that's also another reason. But they are working, our factories are working double shifts right now and 7 days a week. And so that's part of it, and trying to meet demand. But
Right.
What's the question, Jerry?
All right, so this is going to be the eyepiece related question that I came up with, and it's going to take a little bit of work. So, how many different series of eyepieces does Explore Scientific offer, and also how many total eyepieces do we offer? So those two pieces. So what different series do we offer, and what are the total count of all the eyepieces that we offer? And I did this earlier tonight on our website. So you can go to our website and figure that out.
Okay.
And the website's www.explorescientific.com.
I should ask all of our customer service reps that question. So see if they know it. Yeah, we do have quite a few different models of eyepieces. And
I was kind of surprised at the total count. That kind of blew me away that we have as many as we do.
Oh, yeah. Yes, that's right. Okay. Great, thank you. And
hey, Jerry, be sure to write down what these prizes are because I haven't been.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the other thing. I think Dustin's going to give away a T-shirt with this prize too, right?
I did mention that.
Okay. So the T-shirt and 82-degree eyepiece, right, Scott? Just for this question.
Right.
1 1/4
inch. 1 1/4. Any of the 1 1/4 series of the 82-degree. All right.
Yeah, that was a good question for that. I think that was a challenge. That's a challenging one. But Scott, I actually have to dive out, man. I've got a date with about 400 emails. I still have a team that expects me to do my job. So
thank you for us and spending time and for giving us the courtesy of having us on Clear Skies Network.
Hey, thank you all for being here. I'm honored to be in everybody's company here. Thank you so much. And thank you to everybody in the chat. The Twitch chat, you guys know you're my team. So thank you so much. And thanks for doing it on Clear Sky Network. This is a blast. I'm so glad to see this stuff happening. So
thanks for joining, Dustin.
All right.
Thanks, Dustin.
Bye, guys.
Have a good night.
Okay. All right. And we have Chuck Staw. Chuck's, let's have you introduce yourself. You're in the UK as well, correct?
Yes, I am. Yeah, in the UK. I'm not sure how far from Gary, but yeah, it doesn't sound like he's too far away.
Okay.
I'm in Wales. I come from London though, so that's why I sound.
I was going to say, because you do sound like you're from London, but yeah.
I'm down in the mountains in mid Wales now. So.
Oh, nice. Better place to be, really.
Yeah.
So I've been doing this for 4 months for deep space and about a month in total with photography in general. So 5 months in total. I'll share my screen. So I started off taking moon photos with just a DSLR that I had lying around. It's a 600D. Just basically taking moon shots. And there's another one. and then that's when I bought the Exos 100, and I started again with the 50mm, trying tracked photos. This was probably the best one I got out of it. This is a 5-minute unguided tracked photo, and that looks pretty cool. That's when I bought the telescope. The telescope's not brilliant equipment. It's a Skywatcher 102T. I'm not using any filters. I've got a SV Boney guide scope with a ZWO 120 MCS guide camera attached to it. And then what I've been getting out of that has been really positive, actually, on the Exos 2, because I upgraded to that. What have I got? We've got, so this one was M81. I'm not really started on down the processing route yet. This is just stacked a couple of curve changes in GIMP, and then a little crop, quite a big crop. You've got the original. I don't know.
It's 4 months, correct?
Very nice.
Yeah, 4
That's
months.
very nice.
Really good.
Yeah, it's taken
the
some people
original.
years to get that level.
To getting into this. So,
and then what I've started getting recently, as I've started using Nina, is this is when I've started been playing around with in GIMP of M31. And that one's not too bad looking.
27.
This one is another one that I edited a little bit. Again, that's 12 subs at 3 minutes, with no darks or lights, all just processed in Cyril and then edited in GIMP with a couple of curves, really. Here's one of Andromeda.
Look at that.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Yep.
I've got this one that I've been messing around with today.
So you've only been doing astrophotography for a month?
4 months in
Oh,
total.
4 months.
Yeah.
16 weeks.
That took me almost a year to get to this point.
16 weeks. Okay.
Yeah, so originally I just started with a tiny little tripod, the camera, a 50mm lens, and I've also got I'm not sure what it is, but it's up to 250mm. And that's what I started with for the moon photos, and then a couple of star photos. I mean, the first time I took a photo of the sky, I had to send it to a friend of mine to say, is this real, before I put it online, to say that I've actually taken a photo of stars. And he said, yeah, no, that is exactly what you should be getting. And then I started looking down the EQ mount route and getting a telescope, and yeah, trying to figure it all out. And it's been a journey, but the Exos 200, Exos 2 is a really good mount. The wireless feature works really well. It has made things a lot easier. And I think the guide scope's made it a lot easier, because polar alignment was a real pain in the arse to sort of get going. So I did think to myself, a lot of this stuff is connected online and it knows who you are, where you are. So you should be able to do it without polar alignment. So these are all without polar alignment. What I've basically done is I've pointed the mount and it's all aligned here to go dead north. And then I plate solve to a star, and then I plate solve to my target, and then I lock it in with Nina, and it seems to give me 180 seconds tracked so far. I've pushed it to 5 minutes, but I did make a couple of darks and a couple of bias frames, 20 of each, I think, for 3 minutes. So I've been trying to keep everything at 3 minutes, so I can use those to sort of compare the difference between. I've been using Sequator to sort of stack Cyril, Deep Sky Stacker, just to see what gives me the better output to start with, and then start going from there. I think this one was done in Sequator, and then I think one of these was that Sequator as well. Sequator, that one would have been in Cyril. So
wonderful.
Yeah. So yeah, no, I'm really excited. I'm raring to go.
What's your
So
like when you started getting images that you wanted to share like this? I mean,
oh, I was over the moon. I mean, the first time I saw it come into screen on APT, which is what I started using, and I saw the swirls of M51, I was like, no way, look, I've got a nebula in there. I just couldn't believe it. It was,
Chris, you got good, good contrast there. Tracking looks great.
The focus is the main thing that people get last.
Yeah.
They don't understand how critical focus is until later on, but it looks like you've done a good job of that.
Hey, Chocks, how are you focusing?
manually. So I zoom in on a star, I take a photo, 5 seconds. I'm still a noob, so I still like to touch the equipment and look at what it's doing and things. So I manually focus on a star, and then I keep going, and I keep taking the photos, and then eventually, when I'm happy that I don't zoom in on this star, so what I'll do is I'll zoom and get perfect focus on one star, and then I'll make sure I've got these stars zoomed in as well. And then once I've got those zoomed in and they're round, I'll start imaging.
What DSLR have you got there?
It's a 600D.
600D. So it's got live view on the back of it.
Yeah. So I keep the live view turned around all the time.
Yeah, but you can use that to save yourself a bit of time. You can use that for your focusing. And make
that's what I do. I just pop that out, check it on there. I always check it on there. And then once I've done that, I let it settle.
On the right hand side, plus it up by 10, you'll be able to do your focusing nice and fine then. Just save you loads and loads of time.
Yeah, cheers. Because that's the bit that takes me time, but at the moment I don't mind because it's fun to play with.
It's worth taking the time with focusing. Yeah, spend an hour focusing before you take your images.
Yeah,
and then they'll come out good.
Yeah, cheers. Yeah, no, all these tips are really, really good. And I mean, all the forums that I've joined, everyone's been really helpful. There's been no animosity, and everyone's been really, there's no beginner question that, sometimes you're afraid to ask certain questions, but not with the astrophotography guys. I've found everyone's been really open and helpful.
Yeah, we talked about that today on the show earlier, Scott, about beginners being a little bit intimidated with some of the information that we share.
Right. Yeah, and there's really no reason for it to be intimidated. I can totally get why someone might be intimidated because the technical part of this can be daunting. It's you see people sometimes with very complicated looking gear. They are doing some complex things. Once you see somebody really working the equipment and doing the processing and doing all the rest of this, to try to keep up is a little tough sometimes. But I will tell you that amateur astronomers are probably the most sharing and giving group of people you're ever going to meet. There are other hobbies that you could be into with just regular photography is one of them. And a lot of photographers do not give up their secrets. Okay, that's something that they hold, they guard very closely. But most amateur astronomers are going to show you how to get polar aligned, how to get a sharp focus, how to do a lot of image processing. They might have some technique that is giving them a slight edge, but trust me, you can learn it and you can be part of it, and you can make some really spectacular images. And so, with the progress that Chalks has already made, I certainly expect him in the next couple of years here to be making some images that will rival anything that's out there. So that's fantastic.
Yeah, cheers. Image processing is next on the hit list.
Yeah,
try to master that.
Some amazing tools. So that's fantastic. Thanks for sharing that, Jacks. That's great.
Can I ask him a question?
Yes, you can.
Jacks, how do you make your videos that you stack? Or do you do single frames?
Oh, they're all single frames.
Okay, so, all right. So have you done planetary stuff?
No, not yet.
Okay, I have a program that may like to use since you have live view on your Canon. I use the Canon 40D, which is a really old camera, but it has live view. And there's a program called EOS Movie Record. It's a Russian program. It saves off AVI video from your camera, and you're able to. I usually do 600 frames, 500 frames, and then put it in Registacks and stack them. And I have various things I've saved off to do wavelets and stuff. But it works really well. So if you think of it, download that program.
Yeah, cheers. Planets are on the list, but from where I am, they're either too low behind the buildings. I saw Jupiter over there, but there was no way I was going to see it through the trees. So I'm just waiting for at some point I've got to go over there, I'm hoping. And when they're over there, I'll be able to get them. But no, thanks. Cheers for all the suggestions. Thanks for having me on. Cheers.
Thank you, man. Thank you. Okay, so we have some other astronomers here that we have to talk to. We got James Hubbard, Dave Ing, Tyler Bowman, and Wade Prunty. So Dave, you were getting ready here, so let's jump to you.
Take myself off mute there. Okay. Let me share out my tablet. Let's see, where am I? Screen. Okay, can you see that?
Yep.
All right. So right now I decided, well, for tonight I decided to shoot NGC 7635. That's the Bubble Nebula. And the equipment I'm using is an Explore Scientific ED102 4-inch refractor. I have a Nikon DSLR D5300. It's unmodified and it's uncooled, obviously. So I'll talk more about that in a minute, because last week I took a bunch of pictures in the heat and I'm not happy with the data, but I'll show you that in a second. So right now, what you're seeing on the screen is the ASI Air app, which runs a small Raspberry Pi device, which runs my setup. I'm guiding, and it looks like I'm getting about 0.89. That's not too bad. I can go ahead and hide that, and I'll hide the histogram as well. And that is the image so far for one 3-minute sub. And I think if you squint real hard, you can probably see the nebula right in the center there. But hopefully it'll look a lot better after after I stack it and process it.
You can actually start to see the curve of the bubble.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Let's see. So I'm shooting 60 frames is my auto run session. I'm about halfway through, 3 minutes a piece. And then later on tonight, I'll go ahead and shoot some darks, and I'll probably do flats in the morning. And last week, I was shooting the witch's broom. And like I was saying, it was really hot, and I don't like my data, and I don't like the way this came out, but this is the result of last week's imaging session.
Wow, very good.
You may not like it, but I do.
Thanks.
Yeah.
It took me a lot of processing to get it like this. I mean, when I first stacked all the images, all I saw was red and a lot of noise. But I was trying, I don't know if you remember last week, but when I first targeted this image, that bright star was kind of in the center.
Yeah.
I used the ASI Go function to recenter it. And the reason I did that is at the bottom right-hand side, there's some nebulosity that I wanted to capture. And it looks like I did capture a little bit of it.
You trying to get Pickering's triangle in there too?
I honestly, I don't know what it's called.
I think that's what's below it is Pickering
Okay.
Triangle.
So that's what I had. That's the result of my work from last week. And what this is telling me, because I actually spent a lot of time this week trying to clean it up and trying to get this much to come out of the image that I had captured. And it just kind of reinforces two things. One, I think I want to buy a cooled camera. And two, I think I'm probably going to take a look at Gary Palmer's website and maybe hit him up for some, some lessons on processing. I did this in PixInsight. I don't have any, I don't do anything after that. I haven't done any Photoshop or anything. The only thing I do is, I don't know if you can see it in the very bottom right-hand corner, is I do put my name on there, and that's just a stamp with GIMP. But I don't do any touch-up after PixInsight. So, and that's all I have for now.
Hey, Dave, I got a question just for the audience. Review, how long have you been doing astrophotography? It's only been a few months also, right?
Yeah, about 4 months, since April. Yep.
That's the magic number.
Yeah, 4 months.
You need 4 months to make images this good.
Looking good, Dave.
Oh, thank you.
That is awesome, man.
It is.
Yeah, I'm sure Astrobeard did one much better. He was shooting the same image, I think.
Excellent.
Okay. Oh, let me
Okay.
see if I can shut off my. There we go. Stop
I
share.
for you. I already did it for you. Okay, so
Okay, sorry.
James, the astrophotographer. Let's jump to you.
How's everybody doing this evening?
Yeah, good. We're good. How are you doing? Nice and quiet over there. And
yeah, it's cleared up now, but since I did Meridian flip, I kind of lost my target, and I'm trying to get recentered again, but
that's part.
It's always some kind of issue for me.
That's part of it.
That's the way it is for everybody. That's
Yeah,
the secret. That's the secret. Even people that have done it for years and years.
Right. That's
My
right.
bane is getting the polar alignment down, and I can never seem to get that correct. And I did okay tonight, I thought, but after the Meridian flip, it didn't happen. And this is where I'm at with Western Veil or Eastern Veil Nebula. I can't know if you can even see that. I'm unable to share my screen because I had to do it on a phone this evening.
Okay.
But this is what I was getting before I did my Meridian flip.
Well, you got some data, so that
seems like everybody's using the ASI Air a lot.
I just picked it up, and I haven't figured out the guiding with it yet, or
yeah, it takes some time to get used to, but once you get it, it's simple.
I'm trying to. What's
There you go.
Oh, there it is.
You see it?
Okay, yeah, that's what I was getting earlier, but just enjoying the show and just feeling very privileged to be part of it.
Oh, thank you. Thanks, man. So, James, where are you set up at? What's your location?
I'm actually in a field in a friend's backyard. Let me turn a big light on, and you can kind of see.
Oh, I see. There's your setup. Okay.
Where in the country are you?
I'm 30 miles east of Cleveland, Ohio.
Okay.
And I'm right on the lake shore in Painesville.
You got fast enough internet here you're doing all this fine, I think, so.
Yeah, no, the amazing thing is this is all just through my phone right now, so.
Connection.
I'm lucky I have the data.
Isn't that unbelievable, So here you are. We're having one of those internet moments where you can be on a phone connection. We can see you. You can share, astrophotography, and hang out with us at this star party. So that's totally cool. I know that you work your brains out. I've tried to, I missed you on the first go around, getting you onto the star party. And then it's been a couple of, one or two times where you couldn't attend, but I'm glad you did this one. So
I'm so happy to be a part of it. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, that's great. That's awesome. Okay. All right. And so who else do we got here? We've got Tyler Bowman. Tyler is one of our own. So Tyler, what's going on tonight?
Well, I was trying to get everything all lined up because you pressured me into everything set up.
It's part of your training. It's part of your training. Remember?
It is part of the training. I get it.
Tyler spent his next 5 paychecks or 10 paychecks buying a G11.
It was worth it. It's totally worth it. But he didn't twist my arm enough to get a TDM.
No, I tried.
On me a little bit. But I got everything all set up, and then here comes the clouds. It's like, oh my god.
It happens to us a lot here in North.
Yeah, but I've been talking to Wade a little bit. He's going to help me figure out the communication that I'm having with the ASI Pro and the G11.
Okay.
What's going on with that? So I appreciate his help with that for sure.
That's cool. That's cool. You have any pictures or anything to share now, or?
I don't have anything right now. No, unfortunately, that's with 2 kids. It's hard. I know that's a terrible excuse, but
I feel your pain.
No picture of your scope.
So
it's just horrible.
A big part of amateur astronomy and star parties in general. Okay, I mean, how many star parties have you been to where it was just so fun just to hang out, and talk and share some ideas and see what's going on and look at gear and see images and then just kind of take in the beautiful sky. So, and here we've got a global star party going on. Both hemispheres, and so that's totally cool. That's totally cool.
That's what I like about this group, because it keeps it going. It keeps me wanting to just constantly trying to improve. I mean, because Dave's been doing it for 4 months, Chalks has been doing it for 4 months. It's like I got to step up my game.
Tell me about it, Tyler. I've been at it for about a year and a half now. And I just started stacking last week. I did my first stacking.
Yeah, I got to get back into it. I can't make any more excuses. My kids can no longer be my crutch.
Get them involved.
I tried. The 9-year-old, he doesn't care. He wants to play Fortnite. But my 3-year-old, he's all about it. He runs and points at the moon and Jupiter. But I need to borrow some more telescopes from work and let him use those.
So that means next week we expect an APOD quality image out of you.
That's right. Yeah. That's right.
We've got a magazine cover, Tyler.
All right, Gary, I'm going to have to hit you up then, because that's not going to happen without you.
Okay, so we're going to go to Wade Prunty, who 100-hour Wade, I think is his new name. And after that, we're going to ask some more questions. And I want to come back and talk to Chuck Ayub and all the astrophotographers we have here, Jason Gonzal and everyone, and we'll kind of do a last round, and you can share what you could share, and then we're already heading up to the midnight hour here, so and I know it's getting late for some of you, but and it is a Tuesday night, so
if we wait long enough, Chalks can start doing some solar observing for us. Another hour.
That's right. All right. So you're on, Wade.
Hey guys, can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Awesome. So hey, my name is Wade Prunty. I am here in the DFW area of Texas, and I actually started imaging in February. So I've got 2 extra months on these guys. But I was at the same point. I had a lot of frustrations at the beginning. I remember one night I almost took all my gear out to to the street corner and left it for the garbage truck. I was so upset, just so frustrated. So I came across just to kind of throw this out there. I came across Dustin Gibson's Instagram live, which pushed me over to it was his Twitch stream, which is Clear Skies Network now, and that has been a huge help for me. I've learned a whole lot of everything from equipment to processing. It was a big thing to go from, at the beginning, I'm watching Dylan and Trevor and Chuck and, trying to get my information from those guys. And, I can't talk to them, right? I can't call them up. I mean, I called Chuck. He wouldn't answer his phone. I think he blocked me. I went to his house. He wouldn't answer the door. So, it's just hard to get, like answers immediately from people when you're having issues. But once I got into Clear Skies Network, I was able to jump on the stream and just even through the chat was able to talk and ask questions. And Dustin and all the other guests that were on would answer the questions. And I was able to get those, immediate questions. It was faster than getting emails back and forth from people. It was really, really awesome. So, but anyway, so tonight I was going to show you, I was doing the witch's broom also. But it actually started raining while I was sitting here on my equipment. I had to sprint out the door and grab everything and throw it over my shoulder and sprint back into the garage.
Everybody has to experience that at least once.
Right.
I had the same thing.
I had water sprinklers go off on me in a.
That happened to me.
Mount's covered.
It wasn't supposed to rain, and it rained for about 15 minutes, and everything got soaked. Brand new mount. First night out.
So
it builds up.
We're all going to try to one up each other now.
Right.
Balls. Okay.
So part of the night tonight, I've been outside in my garage with my phone with the stream running on my phone, towel drying everything off. But I do have my I've got an iPad here just like everybody else showing the ASI Air, and I did want to show I can't show you the witch's broom, but just the ASI Air is amazing. It will do everything. The guys that are using it is, if you don't completely understand it yet, push through. It'll do everything. If your equipment supports it, it'll do everything from slewing to aligning on the target, to guiding, to plate solve, the plate solving, the polar alignment, the meridian flip. It'll do everything for you. It won't control a observatory yet. It doesn't have those controls, but it'll do pretty much everything you need for a backyard imaging session. And I'll just pull up real quick. These are, images that I, took off the ASI Air Pro.
Beautiful.
And that's with, just a little refractor and a 250 millimeter refractor. That's on the iExos 100 Explorer Scientific mount. So, I think this is a 10-minute sub. I did 30-minute subs on there also of this. So this is a HA with the 1600 Pro from ZWO.
The Pelican came out really, really good.
Yeah, and wait, I'll show you the color image of that here in just a second. It really, really surprised me. I hit it up. I just locked in on the sulfur, and I got so much sulfur data, got as much as I possibly could, and it really, really made the Pelican on there. And I know it's Mexico, but if you flip this around, it looks like the U.S. So I kind of call it I call it New England, like coming down New England, because it looks so much like the U.S. and the Great Lakes over there. But anyway, but the sulfur really, really made that look good. So, but anyway, so here I've got my my AstroBin stuff up. So this is the first image that I processed. If y'all can see that, this is M42. This
Right.
was done with a Nikon D750. I took this on February the 16th, I think, and I did not know how to process it until May.
You
So-
can see the trapezium in there. Very nice.
Yeah.
So so this is off of a stock Nikon D750 DSLR. I was using Deep Sky Stacker at the time to stack. I've got all the details of that. All the equipment I used and everything.
Ben is a great website for astrophotographers because they have places to put all these details down. And it creates kind of a nice online diary for
right.
photographers.
That's exactly right. I mean, that's whenever someone asks me a question, sometimes I won't remember my own image, the details, and I'll have to go back to here to look it up.
That's right.
So this is the first SHO image I took.
That's really cool.
Oh my God. That's really cool way.
Thank you very much. And it's this is, I mean, I'm blown away. I'm like, like even right now looking at it, I get kind of the willies, right? Like, I'm supposed to look at this in a magazine, not on my, not out of on my desktop of my computer,
Beautiful.
So
with the low end mount too.
So so this is with a different mount. This is a different
okay.
This is a different mount. But I'll show you this is really cool. This is the Swan or Omega, but it really looks like a swan here.
Unrecognizable. Look at that.
So and these are I just used started using a monochrome with SHO a couple of months ago, and I've fallen in love with it. Just the different layers you get out of it, where you can really pull out the detail of those different layers makes a just a huge difference in your images.
You're doing this from your light polluted backyard.
This is Bortle 9 next to DFW Airport in Dallas, Texas.
Oh my God.
So let's see. Show you the helix.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
So
tail, it's great.
And I want to show you real quick this right here. I just posted this today on AstroBin. This is the M17, the Swan, but this was a little more up close, and you get a whole lot more kind of the detail that's in there. And this is one of my favorites right here.
Yeah. Hey, somebody's asking, what is SHO?
So okay. So whenever we take an image with a camera, we're looking at color images. Well, in space you have lots of gases, and hydrogen is the most prominent. You have sulfur, you have oxygen, and we know what frequency on the light. I think it's frequency is the right term on the light scale where each one of those lie. And so we can take filters and we can make that filter only take that band, I guess that band of for that gas, that wavelength. Thank you. And so in the science world, what they would do is so sulfur, hydrogen and sulfur are both red when you look at it through a one-shot color camera. And in science, they want to see the differences. So like with the Hubble Space Telescope, what they did is they assigned, because hydrogen's so powerful, it's the most out there, they assigned green to it, but they assigned red to sulfur, green to hydrogen, and blue to oxygen. And they put them together. And the reason why is now they can actually look and see the different gases. Now they can scientifically look and go, okay, there are the different gases gases in that nebula, or out in space. And so the Hubble showed us these. I believe Hubble was the first one. I'm not 100% sure about that, but Hubble's most famously showed us these images, and it just so. Somebody was talking about green. With the Bayer on our color cameras, we add an extra green. There's 4 parts to it. We have a red, blue, and then 2 green, and so we over green everything. Well, there's not a lot of green in space, and so what we do is we go in and we try to pull that out. And whenever you take an image and you have that red in it, and you pull that green out, this is what I don't know the technical term for this, but it pulls that red and makes it gold. That's where these gold colors come from. So that red is actually the sulfur there, or the gold that you're seeing is really the sulfur in there. But anyway, so that's what we call it, SHO, for sulfur, hydrogen, oxygen. That's how we layer those together. So the last image, the last image I want to show you. Just a second.
The anticipation.
Yeah.
Like there's the drawback to Astrobin.
Yeah, this happened last time. This is the exact same thing that happened last time.
It happens all the time.
Wade, what do you use to process with?
So I start out in PixInsight and do my stacking, and I do the master stretch. So I stack it and stretch it in PixInsight, and then I move over to Topaz AI Suite and do my actual the most of the post processing out of there.
Have you ever heard of StarNet Plus yet? Or
Oh yeah. Definitely.
I'm surprised you haven't done it with this image yet.
Yeah. Well, I'll have to see. I've definitely been playing with it. They just updated it actually, where if you're used to it, you would click on it and it would just run, and they actually added a progress bar, I've been told. So I'm pretty excited about that.
That's convenient.
So so this image right here is North America Nebula, or the US of A Nebula, depending on which way you frame it. I mean, doesn't that look like the Great Lakes in the East Coast right there? Right there?
Yeah.
But anyway, so here's the North America Nebula, and so I have the IEXOS 100 mount, and I bought it for $350 brand new. And it has a deck and a RA motor, so I can connect it to the ASI Air, and it can completely control it. It can slew. I can do polar alignment with it. It can slew. It can do the plate solving for the alignment, for the target alignment. And so this is 100 hours on that target with that mount, and I did 82.8 hours of 10-minute subs and 23.5 hours of 30-minute subs off that little mount. And so this is what I got out of it.
And this is why they call him 100-hour Wade.
So I guess I'm probably going to only show a few images a year now, because I'll probably have to do everything at 100 hours.
At least 100 hours. Yeah.
So this is what I was talking about down the side, that sulfur down the side of that, and the detail in there.
It's just spectacular. It really is.
So I've been doing, what is that? I guess it's 6 months now I've been doing this, and I'm not, I'm not anyone
dedication.
like, all it was time and money, of course, but just spending just a ton of time on like I said, I've watched every one of like Chuck's videos, and all the guys on YouTube I've watched. I've been to spent just tons of time on cloudy nights. Now I'm on because I have this mount, I'm on the PMC 8 groups IO forum. Spend a lot of time on there, reading through stuff and even trying to help people do things.
Yeah, you're a great help. You got a lot of experience in a short time. This is you spent 21 days doing this image, right?
Yes, sir. So 21 days, August 1st to August 21st.
21 days of no sleep.
No sleep. I finished so I imaged this in my front yard because that's the only place I could get the target from. And I was using someone else's camera to do this. Someone sent me a monochrome camera and chroma 3nm filters. And if you know anything about that, that's the filters are more expensive than the camera. So I had all this equipment sitting out in my front yard and I didn't want to walk away. So I started imaging at 9:30 at night and meridian flip, everything. I'd get about 8 hours a night. And I'd get done at 6 a.m. right before the sun came through. And I would go out, take all of this in, put it in the garage, and then go sleep for an hour, hour and a half, and then get up and go to work. So I did that. And it was pretty much, there was only a couple of days where we had clouds that I couldn't image. So, it was Texas in August. So it was just hot and dry and, and then tonight, that came out of nowhere and surprised me. So, but anyway, so this was, 21 straight nights.
Hey, Wade, in the chat function, share the link to this so people can go look at the real image and not see it over, Zoom. The real image is astounding when you look at it, the full version in Astro Bin. It's worth going and looking at because here does not do it justice.
You can get lost in it.
It has a very
on Astro Bin, Wade.
It's amazing.
Thank you very much.
Great work.
Thank you.
Wonderful, huge achievement. Well, that's what amateur astronomy is all about, is breaking the boundaries, doing things that people don't think you can do. We are going to announce last week's door prize winners. So I'm going to give the spotlight to Kent. We're going to take a little bit of a break after that, and then we're going to come back. I see Chuck yawning over there, so I'm going to we're going to return to everybody and kind of do a last roundup before we call it a night. But let's announce the winners. We'll come back after our little 10-minute break and do some more door prize giveaways. So,
okay. My problem is I don't know what the prizes were. I just know who the winners were. So, okay. Jerry and Scott, y'all chime in if you remember. Door prize number one.
Door prize number one. Door prize number. It was. We're doing a repeat of what we did last.
That was the 52, right?
52 millimeter eyepieces. Yeah.
52 of choice.
Yeah, 52 of choice.
Okay. The question was, what was the full in and full out size of the unvignetted image circle from the FCD 100-102? Well, there's two different of those telescopes, the metal tube and the carbon fiber. So either one of those that were answered first, we accepted as the winner. So one person, if they answered, however, for the white tube and they got it right, they were the ones who won. Chuck Lewis answered correctly for the FCD 100-102 carbon fiber. The full in unvignetted image circle size is 34.7 millimeters, and the full out unvignetted image size is 46.1 millimeters. So the point of that being is, if you're using a full frame camera, you can't quite get the entire image circle on a 35 millimeter negative because the length is 36 millimeters long. So the other answer for the white tube would have been 34.5 millimeters and 45.8 millimeters. Thank you for Jerry for working those questions up or those numbers up, a year and a half ago.
Yeah, it's been a while since we put it. It's out there on our website for any of those scopes.
And it's really nice when people call to be able to just refer them to that as opposed to try and read it to them. So we've got it up on the website. Door prize number 2.
Door prize number 2 is an 82-degree inch and a quarter eyepiece of their choice.
The question was, what was the field of view of a specific eyepiece? I don't know which one.
It was a 20 millimeter, 100-degree field of view.
Okay. So the field of view math works out to be 2.8 degrees. And our friend Andrew Corkle is the winner of that eyepiece.
Oh, nice.
And then door prize number 3.
Wasn't an 82? It was that 20 millimeter, 100-degree eyepiece. That's what he.
Door number 3.
And that was door prize number 2. Yeah.
Is it 80?
Number 3 was an AR 102 refractor.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Okay, so it was an 82-20.
No. 100-degree 20.
Door prize number 2 was a 100-degree 20. Okay.
The question was about the eyepiece and who was going to win.
Right.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Right.
Okay. So the third question was, what were the terrestrial planets? And on these other questions, it took a number of people to answer questions number 1 and 2 before we got to the correct answer. However, the first person in the door won that one, and the answers were Mercury, Venus, Earth, and Mars. And Jonathan Heisman wins that one. So he will be getting a telescope.
Yay.
So,
that's great. Awesome.
So there we go.
Sometimes it doesn't take a lot of work to win a nice prize.
It's not loud. It wasn't loud enough, Scott.
I have to give a plug here for the Astronomical League. They are our sponsor. If you don't already belong to the Astronomical League, you need to check them out at astrosociety.org. The world's largest federation of astronomy clubs. Also open to international membership, everybody. So if you're listening from wherever you are, you can join and be part of this worldwide organization.
And it's very, very expensive, like $10 a year.
Yes.
Very expensive.
I'm not sure what the international membership is like or the at-large membership, but still very, very reasonably priced. Rodrigo Zeleda has left the building, so we want to say goodnight to him. And he's got his store to open in the morning. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we're going to ask some more door prize questions and do our last roundup with our astronomers. So we'll see you in a moment.
Hot in here because you got all the freaking things on.
All right, I'm gonna take my camera to,
I need to take your camera to work tomorrow. The one that I used.
all right, why?
Because I have to take pictures of that, of the plates that had the bad, you know, they sent the tissue and it flew everywhere. I need to take good pictures of it
Yeah.
so you can actually see the tissue.
All right, cool.
I can't forget.
All right. I forgot to put my thing on mute. Yeesh.
Hey, Kent?
Yeah, I think Kent's mic is muted.
No, he just took his headphones off. I don't think he can hear me.
He's coughing back there.
Well, it's daylight here.
Oh, is it really? That happened last time too.
Yeah.
Get the solar scope out.
Have you seen the clouds there?
Image in IR.
Yeah.
I was at Mount Wilson one time and had Meade used to have a 7-inch refractor in the dome next to the 6, mounted on top of the Schmidt camera, 12-inch Schmidt camera that we had. It was my job to take care of that telescope. And so one night I decided to go and test out one of Meade's new CCD cameras. And I learned that I needed to take darks, so I put on the lens cap. I started to take darks, okay? But I'm not getting darks. I'm seeing stars through the lens cap. And I figured out later that I guess it was the IR coming from the stars was going straight through a black plastic lens cap. And you couldn't even tell the lens cap was on it. So metal lens cap is required equipment, or at least a cardboard mask or something.
It's funny, all these things you pick up over the years.
Yeah.
Gary, do you know David Branchflower?
Yes.
Nice guy.
Yep. I think we've been friends for probably about 6 or 7 years online.
Yeah, it seems like.
Yeah, it must be somewhere around there. It's quite a long time.
I can just keep watching this Hubble deep field and ultra deep field and super duper really deep field.
I need to get music on the show. You know, somebody with a theremin. If any of you guys know anyone with a theremin, okay, get them on the show.
Certainly, one of you guys have to be a musician.
There are lots of musicians. There's lots of astronomer musicians here. I know that.
Got to watch for hits by
Yeah.
you know,
Let's see.
copyright.
Actually, we still have some of you guys are real Astro Vikings. You know that? You can hang out in duration. Well, that's cool. Well, we're back, obviously. So,
I have something quick to share since you're coming back to me, right?
I guess we are. Go ahead.
Okay. This is just a little short thing. This guy here, his name is Red Henry. Can you see this guy?
Yes.
He's in the visual astronomy Facebook web thing that I started, group, and he builds these. These are eyepieces he makes for newbies.
Okay.
And gives them away free.
Mm-hmm.
He gets
Hey,
donations. Yeah.
We got
the binocular
two of them right here.
Heard about
That these are with his tutorial. I made these ones from Red.
Oh, cool. Yeah, he's a great guy.
The binocular lenses, aren't they?
Yes, and they're Plossels and all different kinds. He even makes 2-inch lenses.
Look at that.
So I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, that's cool. You know, there's so many cool astronomers out there. That's true. Yeah, it sort of reminds me a little bit about when I see stuff like that, it reminds me of John Dobson. He would make massive telescopes out of the simplest materials. He showed people how to grind optics. He's just a very unique individual, and actually had if you got to know him, just a wonderful heart. So it was great. He never wanted the Dobsonian telescope named after him. You know that. So
yeah,
because he said I didn't invent it, but he is the one that popularized it for sure. So
I I made a Dobson mount here. I don't know if you can see it very well, but it's a
Yeah, I
just a,
oh, check that out.
I put a it's a 4-inch there.
Yeah.
I just made had extra wood left over, made a round base.
Right.
And mounted the telescopes on. And it's something to grab quick and go out and look at things or take
It's like an Adirondack chair.
Yeah, exactly. In fact, I had made 2 Adirondack chairs, and then I came up with the idea. Honest, I did. That's cool.
Very cool.
So that makes it an Adirondack mount.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. In fact, well, I lived in Rochester, New York, which is close.
Right. Well, I did want to come back to Chuck Ayub, and you've been hanging in there with us, sitting back. And so what do you think about all these astrophotographers getting started?
Oh, it's great. This is a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And I'm amazed when I see so many new people hit the ground running. I just can't believe how good they are right off the bat. And I look back at how I started, where I couldn't even find the Elephant Trunk Nebula. It's amazing.
Right.
That's where I'm at.
Yeah, you spend some time. I spent a lot of time trying to find asteroids, the ones I was after.
That's one thing I haven't tackled yet is asteroids.
That's next.
It was a lot of fun. It was really fun hanging out.
Yeah.
In all honesty, though, no matter all the troubles I go through every evening I'm out, I still enjoy every time I'm out here.
Do you guys ever, anyone ever told you guys to start looking and understanding and learning the constellations? I mean, because if you got the constellations down, you know where you're looking.
I was starting to learn constellations myself and star names, but then I started plate solving and it all went.
But the problem is a lot of these guys are in Bortle 8-9 skies and they can't see the constellations.
That's right.
You know, they might be able to see 25 or 30 stars. I mean, Chuck, you're Bortle 9, right?
Yeah, it's bad here.
Can you see how many stars a night can you see, including planets as stars?
Yeah, not many. It's really terrible. And plus all the neighbors' lights I'm dealing with.
Right.
Well, there's something else you have to deal with when the skies are really good. And that is there's so many stars, it's hard to tell where constellations are.
I heard that's a problem. Yeah.
That's weird.
It's crazy. My first night at the Nebraska Star Party back in 2000 or something, the sun went down and I was dumbfounded that I couldn't find a single constellation because there was too many stars. It was
right.
And I literally just sat there in a chair all night long, just looking at the sky. Didn't even pull out telescope binoculars. Just sat there enjoying the night sky, and it was truly astounding and an eye-opening experience. And then to see your shadow on the ground from the light of the Milky Way, crazy.
Wow.
Crazy. If you have never been to a dark sky site, you got to go sometime and do it quick because it's getting, more and more light pollution. And, Nebraska is not what it used to be. And, South New Mexico is not what it used to be. But go somewhere if you haven't.
That's why it pays. I'd say it pays anyway to just know the constellations. You can't go wrong.
That's true. That's true. So, Jerry, how many questions have we asked so far?
We asked 2. I asked the hardest one, and then the question about the Astronomical League.
Yeah.
I actually have another Astronomical League question.
Right. So we got 2 more questions to go.
Yep, I've got an Astronomical League question, which I'm going to ask now, and then we've got an Explore Scientific question.
Okay, so the next door prize is going to be yet another 82-degree 1 1/4 eyepiece of choice. And then the last question, the grand prize again is going to be an Explore Scientific AR-102 refractor with the 2-speed focuser.
Man.
I guess that one should be the harder of the two that I've got, right?
Really, really hard, Jerry.
These are actually medium.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna ask the eyepiece is the first one, is that right?
Yeah.
All right, so this is
And you can win prizes. We've had people do that before. So.
Right. This is a quick to the draw answer is what this one is. So what year was Explore Scientific founded?
Don't yell it out, folks. You have to send the answer to Kent at explorescientific.com. All right. And what's the next question?
The next question for the grand prize, I guess you could say.
No, hang on. Give them time to answer that one.
No, they're sending it to you.
Well, I know, but you're making them answer 2 questions at once. That's brutal. I wouldn't want to be in your science class.
Well, you got to be quick to the draw. You got to be quick to the draw.
Right.
Somebody's won, so you can go on.
Right. So who was the first Astronomical League president?
Okay.
Who was paying attention?
Who was the first Astronomical League president?
Yeah.
Somebody say that while I was off the air.
I believe that it was part of Kelly Beatty's speech.
Well, then that's good. If you were listening to Kelly Beatty's talk, then you'll know.
I'm pretty sure he said that.
That's good. All right. So again, these thank the Astronomical League for sponsoring our door prizes. It's really great. I do want to do a last roundup here, and we got any images, anything they want to share, anything they want to say.
I got one thing. Astro Beard.
All right.
I'm going to share a screen here. This was one of the very first things I took seriously. This was November 11th of 2019.
Oh, wow.
That's Mercury.
Yeah.
I got some of those.
Yeah, I was lucky enough to get that. I got up early. The mount that I previously used of an unnamed manufacturer let the smoke out of the hand controller, and I ended up guiding by hand all day. And
what electronics do is they contain the smoke.
Yeah. Yeah. I actually do have one other thing that I would like to show. Let's see here.
We had 8 inches of snow on that transit day, so we missed it.
Oh.
Waited out here for it.
Yeah, it was cloudy here too.
There it is.
Running Man.
Nice.
This was first light on a Canon T6, so a base model DSLR. And of all the pictures that I took of the Orion Nebula with the cold camera and everything, I love this one because of the way that the blue actually came out and wasn't overpowered by the hydrogen so much. And, this is like a month and a half into doing this. So
what scope? What scope?
That was actually a Sigma 150 to 600.
Zoom lens.
Yeah, that was not a telescope.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Orion Nebula looks great with a DSLR, just for the reason you said. It tones back the hydrogen and makes
a
real natural color come out.
That's all I got for the night, folks. So I'll pass her on and be ready for next week's party.
Nice.
Orion's already rising.
Yeah.
In the morning.
Yep.
Scott, I can share real quick, just to finish up here. I wanted to come back around to, because I finished this from 2 star parties ago. You know, we were all imaging the dumbbell. So this was the image that came out of the AR-152. This was 1 hour
nice.
of hydrogen and 1 hour of oxygen.
Mm-hmm.
So I finally finished that one up. I thought it turned out quite nice.
Beautiful.
And there's just a sun image out of that AR-152 also.
Oh, look at
I
that.
haven't been shooting much solar with it, but it does a good job when it's
Looks like shag carpeting from the night.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's amazing.
Yeah, and then zooming into, you know, prominences and everything. It holds on to detail
Wow.
pretty deep.
Look at all that.
That's
How
what
cropped is that from the native image?
Well, it's this image. Oh, not that image. I got you guys covering half part of my screen here. It's this image actually. This is pretty close to the full frame.
Okay.
But
Just
you know, putting a quark on there adds so much magnification with a 4.2x RLO. So, you know, you're shooting with that scope about 4,500 millimeters.
Mm-hmm.
Just think we're going to have sunspots pretty soon.
Yeah.
We had
That'll be
some.
the day.
Yeah.
Had a couple last week, and then
Yeah,
blank
there's,
again.
you know, I enjoy doing these surface animations too. This is a loop of the chromospheric dance.
That's why it was 111 today.
Yeah. All right. Well,
Speaking of the sun, Jocks and Gary, is it dawn there yet? It should be pretty close.
It's daylight.
Daylight there, yeah.
Yeah, daylight.
I tried StarNet runs in PixInsight now, so there's the dumbbell with the stars removed.
It's cool to see, you know, these deep sky objects with, especially galaxies too, without stars. You know, just to see what the.
What's that spot above it?
This is just a bright star in the image. This is before.
Oh.
Just had a oxygen halo around it. It's pretty interesting.
The red star wants to stay.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. Super.
You're gonna have to have Wade Prunty do a 100-hour M27.
Yeah, I was really happy with this. I shot a super deep image of this, and this was just 2 hours.
I know.
Has anybody taken a picture of what is it, Beetlejuice, with any length at all to see if you can see fuzziness or whatever?
No.
It's still going to be just a star.
It's not up here yet. It's still probably about 6 weeks away before it's early morning.
I think, you know, Wade's done 100 hours. I think we should, you know, 200 seems like the next milestone for him.
Don't kill the guy. Jeez.
Yeah. He gets an hour of sleep a day.
Can't sleep.
If you can promise the clouds will go away, I will do that.
That's like the guy that did. Remember Scott, the guy that did the Crab Nebula for 10 years and made a video.
This one right here. I mean, look at that.
Yeah, this was the month where I just shot pretty much everything I could with that AR-152. So this was Venus. I was shooting Planetary with it too.
Yeah.
Did you get Venus as a thin crescent?
I got it thinner than this. Yeah. This one was on April 18th, but I did take one where it was thinner. This was shot in ultraviolet and UV through an achromat. It's pretty crazy.
Scott, do you remember back in I think it was in the 80s when they got first images from the ground, from the Earth, that showed the clouds on Venus?
Yeah.
Remember that when they first? That was a really important
image
achievement.
You mean amateurs taking that?
No, professionals.
Oh. Well, when did amateurs start seeing it?
Probably soon after, because once you learn the technique, of course, anybody can do it. Just like the exoplanet work that I do. You know, it took a while to figure out the technique, but once you did, or the high resolution lunar imaging, you know, once you figured out you could use a webcam to do this high resolution lucky imaging, then everybody's off to the races at that point.
Yeah, this is a thinner crescent.
Yeah, that looks good.
Phase. Yeah, this was.
That's pretty.
But the you know, it's an interesting effect because that scope gives off the ultraviolet haze.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a lot of bleed over.
You know, actually, astrophotography is kind of artsy because your interpretation sometimes is different than others, and some people have great taste.
Yeah. Well, I think, you know, that part of it is the instruments you're using too. You know, they do give different results. I know, you know, two people with the same data won't give the same result, but I don't think I could have got this result with a different type of scope. You know, it's just the
true
the look of the data coming off of it. So.
You had a top view of a top projection of Saturn. I think was the coolest pic of Saturn I've ever seen. That one just knocked my socks off when I saw it.
Now, how do
you can software WinJupos will do these geometrical projections based off of planetary data.
Oh wow!
So I took
Those were all your original colors.
It's your in that image, right?
What's that?
How do you get? How is this image produced?
So I took a. I don't think I'm logged into my Instagram on this computer. Let me see if I can find it.
Do you guys see Jupiter's Juno? Juno's Jupiter's pictures are awesome too.
Sure.
Yeah, so I took this picture of Saturn. Yeah, it's gonna make me log in. Okay, anyway, I took this picture of Saturn.
Okay.
And then it's run through software to do a geometrical projection and turns into that one.
Wow.
That's that opposition, huh?
Pretty close, yeah, within a few days of it. But you know, I don't know that I got the hexagon on the top. You can kind of loosely see it if you squint, but
yeah.
I thought the way the shadow cast back on the rings was pretty good. You know, we were talking about that shadow earlier when I was showing it live. This gives you a different look on what that shadow actually looks like.
What? No spokes?
That's pretty awesome. The program I use for lunar topography measurements is called the Lunar Terminator Visualization Tool, LTVT. That'll do that type of aerial projection on lunar images. Also, you can rotate the moon around, and you can place yourself right above the object, whatever it is in it, and it gives you a true view of what it looks like from that perspective.
Is that who's talking right now? Is that Jerry?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'd like the name of that program if I could get it from you.
Yeah, I'll put the link in the group chat.
So WinJupos will do that too. It'll do lunar projections, which I know I have one back here if I can find it.
Have you guys been observing a long time? Some of you, like the moon and stuff. Like, have you ever seen anything funny on the moon, like
aliens?
No, no, like an explosion of a meteor or anything, or.
No, I actually look through when I do lunar data. I always look for it, but I've never.
Yeah, I haven't.
Remember Robert Weiss captured. I can't remember what the event was. It was an eclipse, and he was wanting to do a time lapse of a picture every minute, and his 4 terabyte hard drive filled up a little more than halfway through, because it turned out he was taking straight video, and he was complaining about it. And I said, well, did you capture the meteorite hitting it, or the meteor hitting it? He went, what are you talking about? And I said, oh yeah, just at this time. So he went back through his video, and blind dumb luck,
got it.
He got a frame of it. And
Is that the one that was near the limb?
Yes, and that made a flash that.
Yeah.
And so, you know, he sent his pictures off to NASA, and it became part of the record. But had he not made a mistake, he would not have captured that. But he didn't get his animation, but he got a meteor hitting the moon. So
I'll take that.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's great.
Once you get a 3D map of the moon, based off your data, you can do all kinds of fun stuff.
Well, aren't there some craters somewhere on the moon where there's been some activity, like some kind of a, smoke coming up or something? So, maybe I've been watching too many of those wacky shows.
No, there's an actual program. I'm one of the coordinators for the Association of Lunar and Planetary Observers, and in the lunar section, I'm the assistant coordinator for topographical studies. But our monthly newsletter talks about lunar this lunar transient phenomena is what it's called, LTP.
Right.
So our newsletter on the Alpo lunar is called the Lunar Observer. It's a newsletter. It comes out every month. There's a big section of the newsletter that talks about these things.
And what are they, Jerry? Is it? I remember reading something about there's dust that caused by a static discharge or something that levitates on the moon at the terminator, and they get pictures of it sometimes.
Well, they detected the moon actually has a slight atmosphere. It's based on, like you said, the dust that gets kicked up and is just floating on the surface somehow when there's Earth. I guess there's some moon quakes every once in a while that kicks that up, but I think 99% of what people report are more like transient shadow features that they notice for a few minutes because of the sunlight's changing all the time, and you may be observing a certain location that's got this weird shadow configuration that just pops up for a few minutes and you're able to see it and then it goes away, that type of thing.
I found Freddy Krueger on the moon years ago.
What do you call that spike there?
What's that?
The spike above the spot. There's like a...
That's a filament there.
Yeah.
So, Gary, what did you say?
I said I found Freddy Krueger on the moon years ago.
That's as bad as my...
Something weird.
That's as bad as my ex that I found. Kind of hokey.
All right, well, I can stop sharing here. I'm just aimlessly poking around.
Yeah.
Hi, Chuck.
Now I'll share up that image. I threw it out there. Where are we? There you go. You can make out the hat, the eyes, and the shoulders.
Check it out. There he is, Freddy Krueger.
That's wild. That's pretty wild. Huh.
Now you can't unsee it,
That's right.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, isn't there there's also a C on the left edge there that looks like a bug of some kind. There's, I think there's a list of anomalous things that people have attributed to, it's just like there are some star asterisms, like the coat hanger, but there's stuff on the moon that people see and they hurry up and write it down, or they've got some kind of accounting of it somewhere. Do you know anything about that, Jerry?
I've read some about that. I know there's a lot of conspiracy theorists that like to see big towers on the moon.
Oh yeah,
bridges and things. Man-made features that are moon bases from aliens or whatever. It's interesting what people will interpret. I mean, your brain is a big visual processor, so it's going to try to recognize patterns no matter what it looks at. So
yeah, we got to include Mars. I guess there's a bunch of stuff on Mars that starts with that face on Mars, right?
Oh yeah, I'm all into that.
Hey, Gary, or hey, Scott.
Yeah.
Chuck is starting to look uncomfortable being the featured screen guy for the last 25 minutes. You're being brutal to him.
I don't think he's broadcast.
Yeah, that's just in Zoom.
That's just in Zoom. Yeah,
Is he full screen on yours?
rectangle around him.
Looking at YouTube, I'm not full screen, so that's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, Scott does that to me all the time in the daytime broadcast. He'll leave it on me full screen, you know, and let me.
Well,
He
we
won't
enjoy
show himself.
We enjoy watching you jump up and down.
Yeah, yeah.
So, Sandlin, do you have any final thoughts? Any?
I have to say, like, the pictures you guys have taken are, you know, when I think back to when I worked in an observatory 20 years ago, and like the pictures you have shown are so extraordinary and beautiful. And I was showing them to my husband who works on Mount Lemmon at the Sky Center, and we were just like thrilled at all of the images that you have done. And really, I think the thing that I most like admire is your dedication, because, right, like I don't know any professional who would do what Wade did, right, and spend 100 hours on, right, an image. So that's my final thought, is just like how amazing everyone's imaging is, because it's just spectacular. And like everyone's dedication is really like amazing. So that's I was like just awe-inspiring to be able to see all this and see all like it, and I think, you know, as Scott said, like that you're so willing to share everything and help people out, and that's just, like I said, really wonderful.
Yes. Yeah. And it was great to have you on too. I know that I asked you last minute, and you just jumped right in and said, "Okay, I'll do it." So I was
do it. Yeah, I was like, had to get the kids to bed, but like I said, it's been lovely, and we'll definitely be back. So
yeah, anytime. Well, anybody else want to share something?
Well, I'm right now. This is a live feed of Andromeda through the guide scope with the ZWO 120, and here's the last picture I just took of it. I don't know if you can make that out or not.
Tilt it.
Hold it up there. Hold it still.
Yeah. And tilt, more.
It's there.
Yeah, I'm not doing it that way. Sorry.
Yeah, it's kind of tough to show it that way.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Now we see it.
That's live.
No. This is just a shot I took. Here's
Cool.
live.
That's live right now. Okay.
And that's
it's just something interesting to be able to share, you know, to see a galaxy, you know, in live view like that. And
right.
It's flying at us.
Yeah.
¿Cómo saco la pantalla?
Great, man.
Acá.
That's
And
great.
I'd like to say tomorrow night, Wednesday night at 8 p.m. Central Time, I'll be doing a Twitch stream on Clear Skies Network. It's pretty much for beginners because that's what I am. So just kind of going over maybe some processing, some hardware stuff. And then after me, I think Asteroid Hunters, if y'all are familiar with them, they come on at 10, around 10 Central. So it will be on Clear Skies Network tomorrow night.
Good deal.
Yeah, it's a nice channel because all astronomy all the time. That's cool.
So what I was going to say is don't wish for too much, because when you actually get along in this processing and imaging and everything else, you end up with so much stuff there that you actually don't get through it. There's so many pictures that you end up taking that you actually don't get around to processing all of these. Even when you get loads and loads of cloudy nights, there's still other stuff that you're running through and doing. And
that's
you end up
true.
with lots and literally tons of folders of images that are just sitting there waiting for that
I have
hour, half an hour to go through. So at the moment we've got This is just one folder, and none of these have been processed yet.
Oh my God.
I'm with you, man.
Science processing.
I can relate to that problem.
Yeah, it's becoming a big problem. But
It's
one
overwhelming.
other quick thing I was going to say that on a lot of this processing, it is not just about the actual capture and all of the processing. One quick thing to bear in mind is actually calibrating the screens. Yeah, so that when you're actually processing your images, that your screen is calibrated to the image, your final result, so that you're going to see a final result with a good color in it. It's not going to be too light or it's not going to be too dark. And you generally see that quite a lot online at the moment. Yeah, where the images are either really bright and they've got no color in them, or they're really dark and you're looking at the image and going, wow, there's loads of detail there, but your monitor's actually incorrectly balanced. And it does pay to spend, 50 or £100 on a screen calibrator, to actually calibrate the monitor. But if you're generally using a laptop, use it on half brightness or a third brightness, and that will cover most of the problem. But you look around on these websites at the moment, and you're seeing this a lot of the time, where the images are just really out of proportion, and there's a lot more detail there.
I find myself going back when you don't have anything to do some afternoon. Just go into some of your folders and pick out some stuff and start playing with it. And the thing is, if you stop processing astrophotos for a while and then go back to it, sometimes you forget stuff. So it's just like practice makes perfect. You need to keep in it.
I used to do that, but I found that I actually wasted my time. Normally that first process was where I should have been in the first place, or not far off of it, and I actually end up making it worse. You try too hard sometimes.
Oh yeah, you overwork the image.
Yeah. But this is sort of thing I was on about with the screen calibrator. It's a bit like one of these spiders.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. So that hangs over the screen, and then it calibrates the room brightness and your monitor.
Oh, fantastic.
If you pay for the one that's the next one up the run, it will calibrate multiple monitors, so you can use it on all of your computers and screens.
Hey, Scott, I think Cesar has some images he's taken this evening to share.
Yeah, you can share it anytime. Go ahead. You're muted, Cesar.
Sorry. Now, yes, share screen. Okay. Well, something that was a surprise for us, because while we are talking, I took pictures from the planets, and I took a picture from deep sky, the cluster Omega Centauri, and the surprise that works by cell phone. I choose the DNG format for pictures. It's a raw format that normally I never use it as cell phone for deep sky image, and this is the result. Is okay. Of course, that after see the wonderful pictures that everyone show, yes, this is terrible. It's terrible or a garbage, but the idea is show something like to make available with a cell phone or something really cheap, and this was a surprise for me. Of course, that here do you have many reflections. The problem is that I used a eyepiece very cheap, a Kellner 25 millimeters, but I try again with a Explore Scientific.
There you go.
Yes, because something of this is a problem of design in optics. The Kellner have only 3 elements, and it's normal that you don't have the entire area with the same components of light. And of course that it's interesting because it's easy to improve this. I'll be try. I have customers that are trying with another cell phones maybe that have more time or more ISO and have and they live in a better place, a small town there where they have a better skies. But was an experiment, and for us was a surprise.
Yeah.
I think it's important for people to understand really how accessible these deep sky objects are, and that the cell phones allow you to do that. And they think it's the typical thing, you look through an eyepiece and it's a fuzzy blob. You really have to understand what you're looking at, but this really makes it much more accessible for everyday people that don't really understand the sky, and that these objects are really, they appear closer than they actually are when you're starting to see how big they are in the sky. People don't understand how big the Andromeda Nebula is in the sky. It's,
yes,
8 times the size of the moon or whatever, they don't really have a feel for the scale of these objects when they're looking at sky because you can't see them.
Yes, and you can talk, for example, Omega Nebula maybe have around 10 millions of stars. I remember. I'm not sure about this, but it's when you have, maybe for this is something that can make a child and have an opportunity to take something that have a huge scale and something that start to have an idea of how big is the universe. This is very interesting. I think that is very educative. If we can encourage more people with that have less equipment, and this try is really with very cheap equipment or affordable. I think that it was a good idea to try with this. Of course, that it is very, it's not a perfect picture, but having a real idea of the people can make with small equipment.
Yeah.
Like, for example, the Starlight first line of Explore Scientific, maybe with a stepper motor for rack ascension, and an adapter and cell phone and smartphone. The people don't need more than this.
They can get started. That's right.
Yes.
Just need to get Jerry to write some stacking software for the iPad.
The stacking software was Deep Sky Stacker, that is free. The bad thing that we use the pics inside, but I think that we can make the same picture with using some program, taking the curves, and I think that I can try with a cheaper software if the final results are the same. Is because for we make this with my son while we are talking because in a time we talk the pictures, we processing while we make the show, and well, here is the result. But we can try instead pics inside, use something more affordable, like how
GIMP.
GIMP, maybe, or maybe all in Deep Sky Stacker that have to
You can touch the curves.
yes, for touch the curves. But of course, sorry, but this picture. Normally we took something like this, but this is not from Buenos Aires. This is from Mendoza, is Eta Carina in Mendoza. I can show you Eta Carina in Buenos Aires is not the Eta Carina of Rodrigo Zelaya or Agustín, near to the Cordillera de los Andes. This is very interesting because normally if you watch to the sky in Buenos Aires, you can see anything. Maybe this is the cross, the southern, sorry, my pronunciation, the southern cross. And this is normally the picture, the quantity of stars that you can see in a rural area or in the farm area or in the mountains. But this is a real picture. It's not and you can see the top of the building from my balcony. Of course, that this is with a Canon reflex and zoom and normal and maybe yes 500 millimeters maybe using the zoom and 55 yes, and it's processed over a sky that you can see anything normally. And this is another thing that normally I show to the people, that they can make something like this.
Is that the coal sack off to the right, just to the right of the corner of the building?
Yes. 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 It is the carbon's
coal suck.
Coal suck.
Right.
Yes. I was. This was in this year in April. I have the bad lucky to have our quarantine for the like the pandemic start and in our apartment, not in our home outside the city, and we lost a lot of opportunities to make a good picture of astronomy. But we had the opportunity to try inside the city how can make another pictures. This is the Eta Carina. You can see part of a building, and the nebula is available to see. You can distinguish it. This is the same, but of course processed a little better. This was with an IPO 80 millimeters. This is the Jupiter of tonight with a cell phone
from 2 hours ago.
How many frames?
How many frames do you remember?
I think that's like 1 minute with like, I don't know, 24 frames per second maybe. Yeah.
My son Agustin.
Yeah, we took that like 2 hours ago, and it was about around 1 minute. Yeah, 1 minute of pictures.
Pretty nice.
Very nice.
Like I was with the phone.
Yes, with this phone in the telescope, like very interesting too.
At the same time, we were showing the video, like the live feed with Jupiter. I was taking a video right in that moment, and I processed it while you guys were talking, and this is what came out. As you can see here, you can see some like some lines. I guess this is from like error from the sensor image from the cell phone, which is not perfect, as we can. I mean, I guess it's that, or maybe it's some stacking problem. But yeah, you know we know that a cell phone sensor is not as good as a CMOS from a reflex or a CCD, obviously.
Yes, we never use a cell phone for planets, but it's interesting that it is affordable to make a good work for people that don't have a planetary camera. Of course, that you have a lot of problems because if you when we use a good eyepiece, we don't have problems of achromatic aberration, or the problem is when you have a bad eyepiece. I think that the quality of the eyepiece is how do you say, crucial or something very important. More important. No, it's the more important the quality of the eyepiece. Yes, the telescope too, but we have another.
And we also did the X in the moon, and we did also some Saturn, which had a very bad scene, but yeah.
Yes, we lost the
this is real. I mean, I've seen
the Cassini division.
Of cell phone astrophotography before. I have to tell you, this is some of the better stuff I've seen. Really good.
Thanks. Yeah. Yeah. For a cell phone, this is very impressive. I can say.
We made an experiment tonight. It was something to make something different.
I think the Saturn can be made a little better if I try again. But yeah, that's as good as it gets.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Maybe we can differ some lines in the rings, maybe with a better noise to signal ratio. But yeah, that's what cell phone astrophotographers will expect if they want to get started in the hobby.
Sure.
Yes.
Well, okay, guys, I gotta go because my wife gets up to go to work tomorrow. I don't work.
Yes,
she does. I really appreciate you guys having me on.
Too.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you,
Okay.
Ron.
Good night. Thank you very much, everybody. Bye. Scott, thank you.
Good night.
Night.
Hey, and I'm gonna plug the Clear Skies Network one more time. We have a couple of Aussies that come on super late at night for us, early in the morning.
Yeah.
Stella Astro is running it at 4 a.m. this morning on Clear Skies Network. That's Pacific time, and then around 2:30 in the morning Pacific time tomorrow night will be Andy at CD. So if y'all are up late or up early and y'all want some astronomy talk and information, that's the place to get it from.
Great. Steve, how you doing, man? You look very intense there.
Just trying to stay awake. and keep warm. It's cooled down quite a bit, so I'm gonna call it a night, I think.
A night. Okay.
I got all my I got all the images I wanted to get in, and my dark filter is about to come into place, so I can get my calibration frames, and then I'm good from there. But I had another fun night. Thanks, Scott, for having me.
Thank you.
Everybody was there we go. We're parking. It was good to see. It's moving.
Yep.
Good to see everybody again, and can't wait for next week. Hopefully, get another clear night.
Yeah. Great. Awesome.
Now, good night, everyone. Everyone that's logged in and watching, thanks for taking the time to spend your evening with us.
That's
right. On Facebook, we've had nearly 6,000 people.
Wow. That's amazing.
Really? That's a lot. I didn't realize it was that many.
Yeah, 5,700 or something like that when I looked a while ago, I think.
Okay.
I'll look real quick on what it was. It's an impressive number.
It's nice to know so many people are interested in astronomy, Took some time to share it with us. That's great. That's great.
Have a good evening, everyone.
All right.
5,176 as of right now. So, hey, Steve, if you send me purchase orders early tomorrow, I'm not going to fill them early.
Yeah, we need to talk about some stuff too, Kent. I'll call you late morning.
Yeah, sounds good.
What, 9?
Yeah, or by 9 o'clock on the West Coast, maybe. No, it won't be that bad. I'll probably be here by 9.
There, we'll talk tomorrow.
All right.
See you later. Bye-bye.
Can I get a note from y'all for my work? Give to my boss.
Wait, I'll sign anything.
I'm checking it.
On this call a doctor?
That's right.
I'm checking out. Night, guys.
Take care, Ken. Thank you very much.
Night.
Night, Kent.
You guys are awesome. Scott, you really know how to throw a party, man.
Hey, so you guys are the ones that make it happen. I'm really pleased to have all of you. Of course, anyone that's on the show, certainly happy to have you back. And you got ideas about what you want to show or share.
This thing's grown quite a bit over the last several shows, 3 or 4 shows, 3 or 4 weeks, I guess, 3 weeks.
Yeah, it's great though, so yeah. Chuck, how often are you up this late?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Not usually this late. I usually just leave the rigs running and go to sleep.
That's right.
That's why we learned to automate.
Mm-hmm. Right.
But this was fun. I enjoyed it.
Thank you, man. Thank you. It was very nice to have you. I got to figure out how to get some music on this show, though. You play some music, don't you, Chuck? Aren't you?
There's a picture of me playing guitar on my Facebook page, and it was pretend, and people think I can play the guitar.
I have a guitar normally here, but we removed from this area because
there was no any places.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Astrobeard's got one behind
him.
him.
He's got one behind him.
I can't play anything that won't get us copyright struck.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah, the DMCA. Yeah.
Can't you just shred some solos?
Right.
I think Wade's a musician also.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all locked up in the guitar room right now.
I'll work on it.
Well, that's
I have to get a tooth pulled tomorrow. That's what I'm dreading right now. Oh man, not fun.
Yeah. Well, Chuck, thank you.
That.
Thank you. Well, thanks to all the audience that watched, and we will be at this again Friday. Okay, we're doing the Virtual Star Party European edition. It's not going to be so late for us here in the States. It starts at 4 p.m. Central, and Gary Palmer and a smaller group of people are going to be participating in that. If someone wants to do solar while they are doing nighttime stuff, I think that would be kind of cool. We find someone that can do that, or someone's that can do that. That'd be very interesting. I want to thank everybody for being here. Jason just came back from I think a business trip or something. So you jumped in at the last minute.
No, it was just a family vacation.
Family vacation. That's cool. Yeah, those are
a lot better than a business trip.
Actually. Yeah, and so I want to thank everybody, and we are going to call it a night. And we will be back on tomorrow, 4 o'clock, with the Open Go-To community, and back on next Tuesday night on the Clear Skies Network as well. So you guys have a good one, and keep looking up, as Jack Horkheimer used to say. So take care and good night.
See ya.
Thanks, Scott. Good night, everyone.
Bye.
Bye, everybody.
Nice.
Thank you.
Buenísimo. Tú pareces de más yankee que ellos. Te veía la cara. Bueno, buenas noches. Bye. No sé si estamos ya cerrando. ¿Cuánta gente quedó? 14 personas. Muy bueno.